Good afternoon. This is the wide shot, the view at the top of the Stelvio Pass, the second highest in the Alps, the highest in the Eastern Alps. This is where they finished today. 3 times we finished up here in the Giro d'Italia. And what a finish we are going to have, because yesterday Ryder Hesjedal showed he really is the man to beat, putting everybody on the limit. Well, we've got today to come. One more chance for the big protagonist to try and take the fight to the Canadian. Joaquim Rodríguez fought bravely yesterday, limiting his energy consumption till the very last second and getting around Michele Scarponi. Ivan Basso, on the other hand, was in all sorts of world of pain.
Io credo che la tappa di oggi
I think today's stage showed that Hesjedal is very strong in the mountains, and he's even stronger in the time trial. He took a serious step towards the overall ranking, but you know, there's still another stage tomorrow. We'll keep fighting, and step by step we might take a few seconds back. Well, one wonders if they can, because Ryder Hesjedal really worked very, very hard indeed, and Joaquim Rodríguez knows he's up against it. Tomorrow is another tough stage. We're going to, after we've already had today's stage, which was so difficult, the one who'll win will be the one who's recovered, really, and logically will be stronger. Hesjedal was stronger today, but the Giro isn't over yet.
You know, I get my best riding in the 3rd week, so that's what I'm doing.
Well, he has indeed. Terrifically powerful. Well, this is where it all finished today on the Passo di Stelvio, and the main fighters for this Giro d'Italia will be up against the most fearsome of crimes, the Mortirolo, although it's not done from the absolutely brutal side, but even so, it comes before the finish of the Passo di Stelvio, and we're in for another massive fight. Oh, well done, Daniel Lloyd, battle against the thin air up on the Passo di Stelvio, and you can see exactly what it is like. This is what we're in for today. Welcome to those of you joining us on Eurosport World as well. Some fearsome climbs today. 55 points available still in the mountains classification. Stefano Pirazzi trying to make his presence felt yesterday in that competition. The stage today from Caldes Val di Sol over the Tonale, the Aprica, the Taglio, the Churro, up to Mortirolo, and eventually up the Passo di Stelvio. This is what it looks like. Ooh, that's nasty, is it not? "36 ramps of the Stelvio, 36 bends await them. And this is the run out this morning at 10:26. Local time out of the start at Caldes Val di Sol. Over 200 kilometers to get through today, and already some riders trying to make their presence felt in Breakaway. Small group of riders going away, including Serpa. This is Roman Kreuziger once again on the attack, and the Navadauskas leading the peloton at the moment. So Kreuziger, feeling as though he's in really good shape and still has something to prove. He said in the press conference afterwards, after his win yesterday, that even after yesterday's win, the indignity of being dropped on the Passo di Gavia was something he won't be able to live down. So he's feeling extremely bad about that one. This is Rabottini taking the points on the Passo di Tonale. Not going to give in easily, Rabottini. He's in the break, and it was meant to be the day for Stefano Pirazzi to have another go again, but Rabottini takes 9 points on the Tonale. And at the front, everybody looking around, nervous today because it is a super difficult day with 2 massive passes still to go through. This is the 3rd category Aprica climb, and Rabottini running through that as well, making further inroads into the mountains classification. So Rabottini taking another 5, total of 14 now. Pirazzi looks to be out of it at the moment. However, remember the big climbs of the day, the Mortirolo and the Passo di Stelvio, have between them 15 points and 21 points, so a lot of points available still. Telio and Rabottini takes the 5 there as well. So doing a very good job. And the 2 small Italian teams, Colnago and Farnese Vini, battling away for the mountains classification. Looks like to be Rabottini's day. Yes. Sandy Cassar giving out in the papers this morning about the tactics of Stefano Pirazzi yesterday. But hey, it's racing. And Cassar being pushed all the way by Pirazzi. So here we are with live pictures in that group, including Rabottini up the road at 4 minutes and 57 seconds. And Colnago putting a man on the front along with Garmin Barracuda today. First time we've seen Garmin Barracuda really controlling the front of the race until since the start of the Giro d'Italia. Massive day today. Sean Kelly is beside me in the box, and it looks like Rabottini is not prepared to give up this mountains classification easily, but for the rest of them, a huge day in store.
Yes, well, a huge day, and what a day we have, what a final we have with the Mortirolo and then the Stelvio, of course, and altitude I think is going to be a big one. The Stelvio finish at 2,757 metres. It's, you know, a big altitude, and will that take effect? Looking on yesterday, the big favourites, we see, you know, the strongest men, and Hesjedal looked to be really strong yesterday. I think the big point was he put the team in the front on the last climb and started making the pace. I was wondering, was it a bit of bluff? But it certainly was not bluff. We see him in the end, he was the stronger of the big favourites, and it looks like that he is the man, you know, in line to win this Giro. But today, as we've been hearing from some of the riders, this altitude kind of affect a big effect on some riders, and that could be the case today for some of the big favourites.
Yeah, it's a huge day here in the Giro d'Italia. It's really gone right to the wire, hasn't it? Ryder Hesjedal is the man everybody is looking at now to be the winner elect, but we've still got this huge day to come. Here's our breakaway riders. Steph Clements is at the front of the race, and Kreuziger, Rabottini in here, Serpa, Matthias Frank, Christian van der Velde. They're just keeping him up the road just in case. Rabottini has gained 19 points today in the early climbs of the route today. That means he's secured the mountains classification jersey. The gap between himself and Stefano Pirazzi at the start of the day was 65 points to Rabottini, 44 to Pirazzi. Rabottini now has 84 points, and with a maximum of 55 available today, he's taken 19 of them. I think the likelihood is that he is going to keep that jersey, because he has to get to the end of the Giro d'Italia. A lot of people ask these questions. Do you get to hang on to it if you drop out of the race? No, you don't. Well, you get the jersey you've been awarded, obviously, on the day, but you don't get the title at the end of the race unless you finish the race. That's true of all the jersey competitions. And there is Matteo Rabottini. Not a hard day for him, but good work from Farnese Vini and this little rider here. Taking maximum points so far on the early climbs of the day. The Passo de Tonali, that was the important one to get. Second category climb, the Aprica and the Terlio, both third category climbs. 5 points each for the third category climbs, 9 for the second category climb. Just out of interest, the Mortirolo has 15 points on offer, and the Team Katusha prize at the top of the Stelvio, because it's the highest pass in the Giro d'Italia, has a special prize of 21 points available. No breakaway tactics then for Team Sky and for Mark Cavendish and his points jersey. It will be very hard for Mark to hang on to that points jersey now, because the main protagonists will be battling it out on the last climb of the day, and Joaquim Rodríguez, unless something dreadful befalls him, will be battling it out there. This morning, the gap between the two of them was 1:38 to Cavendish, 1:25 to Rodríguez. And the likelihood is that Rodríguez will overhaul him today. The only thing that Mark can do now is outperform him in the time trial, but it seems unlikely that the gap between the two of them will be enough. Best young rider is Rigoberto Urán, 2 minutes and 26 seconds ahead of Sergio Enyo, his teammate, 4:57 ahead of Brambilla. He was right at the end of his rope yesterday when he finished, Rigoberto Urán. But the important jersey today, everybody is looking at it. It's the pink jersey on the shoulders of Joaquim Rodríguez. He has a 17-second gap over Ryder Hesjedal and 1 minute and 39 seconds over Michele Scarponi. This is where they're heading up to, about 4 to 5 degrees at the finish here. Very cold indeed, and it's the altitude that will play a real part here. 2,757 meters is how high they are running up to today, and those riders are already at the end of their tether, will be gasping for air. Well, Hesjedal and Colnago now making some pace. Yesterday we saw Domenico Pozzovivo a little bit distanced, Sean, and when he came over the line he looked a little bit shell-shocked almost. No, I think perhaps he wanted to really perform yesterday and found himself up against men who were better than him.
Well, yes, he looked different to everybody else, let's say, because we could see everybody else was making faces trying to get to the line, but he just comes over and he seems to be, not really that suffering and not after going totally deep, but that's his style as well. We see him when when he's out in front as well, when he's really going for it. Surprising yesterday he did not go in the attack. Is he starting to suffer after 3 weeks racing, or maybe he's just waiting and having a real go today? I think we'll have to wait and see, but I think yesterday when things started to really heat up with the big favourites, we see Scarponi attacking. Pozzovivo did not react, so I think maybe he's suffering a bit. But today is a real climb for him. The gradient a bit more difficult, and that's where he has the advantage as well, because the small lightweight guy with the gradient, the bigger guys will suffer that bit more. But has he got anything left in the tank is the question.
Yes, that is the big question. There is Stefano Pirazzi. He's having to do his job in line here, Sean, with the rest of the Colnago boys. What did you make of his riding yesterday, Pirazzi?
Well, I thought he was riding okay yesterday. We did see at a moment with Sandy Cassar when he started to attack, so many kilometres out, I can't remember exactly, but it was the total wrong way to do it. He had to keep on riding the group, and when he was with Cassar, keep riding, of course, as well. But Cassar said he wasn't giving it everything. He wasn't, really pushing on the front. When he came to the front, he was just coming over the top of Cassar and, not really contributing an awful lot. And Cassar, he was also talking there in the interviews. He said that he spoke to him. He said, look, what do you want here? And he said, well, I'm going for the mountain classification. Well, he said, okay. And Cassar did not contest the mountain classification point with him at all. So there was no problem there. He could have continued on to ride with Cassar. Cassar said he wasn't riding fully. I don't know what Pirazzi will say, but again, it was not to be for Santi Castell yesterday, but with Roman Kuzenga from Astana coming out of the bunch, with the 2 men from Omega Quick-Step, it wasn't going to last, and that was always going to be the problem. No matter how I think they rode out front the 2, they were going to get pulled back in that final climb. Being out there all day, freshmen getting out of the bunch, just too too strong for them in the final kilometres.
Steph Clement is the man at the front of the breakaway here. And it's nice to see Serpa out in a break again today. Jose Serpa. Ruhanu not in the squad anymore. He's featured on the Mortirolo in the past, but there's no place for Ruhanu left here in the Giro d'Italia. He went home yesterday. The men in the break are Matteo Bono from Lampre, lying over 2.5 hours behind the pink jersey. Romain Kreuziger at 12 minutes and 21 seconds is clearly he's not going to allow him to take 12 minutes back, but he's after another stage today. Smart and terribly, I think, from cracking Rabottini. We've already seen runner disqualified by the jury here. Guardini, Velasco, Roland and Hunter. That's interesting. And I wonder why that is. Presuming that is today. Another riders in the breakaway. Jose Serpa we've just mentioned. We're just catching up with them and ourselves actually. 4:20 is the gap. Matthias Frank, the Swiss rider from BMC, has made it into the break today. Christian van der Velde. What's the score with van der Velde, Sean? Surely he must be being sent up the road to just provide some sort of springboard if needed later on for his team leader, Ryder Hesjedal.
Yes, I would say that's the tactic. Put a man out there on the break and you have him there in the later stages, and it's always a tactic that we see in the final of a race with some of the guys who are up in the general classification. They do that, and if the rider maybe is a little bit worried about getting through some of the earlier climbs, and the Mortirolo, if there's a big attack there, a big battle of the big favourites, maybe Garmin feels that have a man out front, and if he's over that one, he can be a big help to his lead on the team, and the man up there very much in the general classification, Ryder Hesjedal.
Steph Clement in another break. Good for him to get in there. Alberto Losada. So presumably the same tactic is applicable to the man from Katusha up here as well. We know that Losada is a good climber.
Yes, I think when there's a big group of riders going away, well then you just put a man in it and you have him up there for later, and it's easy to stop a guy out front if he's 3 minutes, 6 minutes out front, and you need him for some reason back in the peloton. It's so easy just to get him to slow up, really slow down, and you can stop a guy on the road for a while if he's a long way ahead if you need him real urgently. So it's always a plus to have a guy out in front, and it gives a little bit of security for the team leader that he's not going to be alone maybe going into the final. So it's always it's something we've always seen before.
The full rundown of the breakaway then. It's Matteo Bono from Lampre, Serpa of Androni, Kreuziger of Astana, only at 12 minutes and 21 seconds in yesterday's victor. Matthias Frank of BMC, Rabottini, who's taken the maximum points so far in the climbs today, and pretty much secured that mountains classification jersey that's already on his shoulders. Christian van der Velde of Garmin Barracuda there for his team leader Ryder Hesjedal a little bit later on. Alberto Losada from Katusha likewise there for Joaquim Rodríguez, and Damiano Caruso of Liquigas in the breakaway, number 125, again in the job for Ivan Basso. So we can see that the big antagonists are already teeing up for a battle. Branislav Samalov of Movistar, Steph Clement and Tom Schlachter, both from Rabobank, and Matteo Carrara, the opportunist himself, from Vacansoleil. There is Vacansoleil's Corral just ahead of Romain Kreuziger, but Clement setting pace on the front, and Colnago setting the pace on the front of the peloton. Well, if proof were needed, Sean, that they still aren't finished yet, they want to do something today, it's the fact that Colnago are riding on the front. Is it? I mean, is it for Pozzovivo, and is it for the outside possibility that we might get Perazzi doing something again? But there he is in the line doing his job for Pozzovivo.
Yes, I think it must be for Pozzovivo, because now the situation in the mountain classification, it's going to be real difficult for Perazzi. If you don't get into the break in the earlier part of the day, well then it's difficult for Perazzi to pick up any points later on as we go into the final, because the race is going to get very aggressive when we get to the climb of the Mortirolo. It's hard to see Perazzi taking any points, so he's missed his chance here at getting into the breakaway. Was the opportunity for him, and I think from the Mortirolo it's going to be full on that climb, and it looks like that the Pozzovivo is the man, and they probably think that, and they have every right to be on the Stelvio. Such a long climb, 22 kilometers, the gradient real difficult. That's somewhere where Pozzovivo can do a lot of damage if he's feeling okay. He's got some energy left today. Well, he should be able to do a performance there.
Yeah, and he's still within shouting distance, isn't he, really? Domenico Pozzovivo is at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and we mentioned it before, Sean, but he's still close enough, if he's on a very good day, to take 3 minutes out of the top riders on a climb like the Stelvio. It's difficult to see considering what he went through yesterday, but you can never tell. It's the Giro d'Italia, and it's been swings and roundabouts all the way. 86 kilometers to go in just the final massive showdown day in the mountains for the Giro d'Italia. Steph Clement setting a good pace on the front. He's got Tom Schlachter in the break here as well with him. He's been climbing well. Maybe he feels on a good day today, trying to rescue something from this, or trying to get something more from this. It's like maybe he's going to go for the glory at the end. Clement is certainly setting a decent pace. 85 kilometers to go. 4 riders have been excluded or taken out, thrown off basically, the Giro d'Italia today by the commissaires, the officials, Guardini, Hunter, Velasco and Roland. And that is actually, that's not abandoned, and did not start. They have been ejected from the tour by the commissaires. My guess is, Sean, that they are probably hanging on a car somewhere.
Well,
you don't know, but
it's very possible. If you're on the first climb of today, of course, and it was the Tonale, a difficult climb if you're really suffering and you're at the end of your energies. Well, then you can start having difficulty, and if you're totally behind, sometimes the riders, they just try everything to continue on the race, and with the penultimate stage getting this far, they all want to finish. They don't want to give in. So is it just that they were hanging from the vehicles, or maybe pacing also? Sometimes when they're behind there, they get behind the car for a time, and if the commissaires call to the car to get out and not continue on doing it, if you push it too much, well then you can get thrown off the race very easily. So it has to be something like that, pacing or taking a pull from a car.
Yep. I would suggest, given that Hunter had a crash yesterday and he has been riding particularly strongly, Roland has had a couple of crashes. He's a heavy rouleur. Guardini, we know, is a Giro sprinter, has real problems with most of the climbs, especially after day yesterday. We saw him at the break yesterday, and then by himself taking the plaudits of the crowd, which was good.
And he was suffering yesterday because he was in the breakaway, and he got a long ways ahead, and then he finished up totally out the rear end of peloton on the day at 46.44, where the gruppetto was at 40 minutes 22, or 40 minutes 42. So the gruppetto caught him and just went through him, and he wasn't able to hold on the final climb, so he must be suffering majorly.
Yeah, he must be indeed. Riders who didn't take part yesterday, his teammates Favili and Balloni, but Wuhanu and Kiki abandoning yesterday. One abandoned today, Timon Suber of the NetApp squad. And we're hearing on race radio there will be some sort of communication about the ejections at some point, so my guess is they've been hanging on to a car, but that is just a guess. There in the middle of your shot is Domenico Pozzovivo. Yesterday came over the line thinking perhaps he could have had a bit more in the tank, but he didn't. 4 minutes is the gap at the moment. Terrific performance yesterday by Ryder Hesjedal, Sean. I mean, he really did show that if you're going to take the fight to me, you're going to have to be a bit better than you are. The best man on the day at trying to challenge Ryder was Michele Scarponi. Big hats off to him as well.
Yes, well, Scarponi, of the big favourites, he was the one who started to put in the tax and number of kilometres in the finish. And we know Scarponi, if he has anything left, any fire left in his belly, any power left, he will go on the attack. And he did it a number of times yesterday, at least 3 times. And then we could see Ryder Hesjedal putting a big dig and showing to him, well, I can do that also. And if you're feeling good, that's the way to ride. Follow the first attacks and then just give one yourself, and exactly the tactic, I think, for Hesjedal. Sometimes riders, they follow a couple of attacks and then they start making a pace on the front. They can be on the limit also, and sometimes there's a bit of bluffing in the final kilometres. But with Ryder Hesjedal, there was no bluff yesterday. We see the way he just continued on riding, actually rode away from all the favourites, took a little bit of time from everybody, and looking very impressive. And of the big favourites, he's looking the strongest man going into this final mountain stage, and it's all a question now about continuing on that way. But we've seen riders that ride so well the previous day in the mountain stage, and the following day they just get into a little bit of difficulty, a little bit of an off day. And any of the favourites, if they have a little bit of an off one today, well, then you can suffer majorly, and time you can take a lot of seconds, even minutes, on this final climb of the day.
What do you think of this composition of this break? This Oliver Zorg coming through. Zorg is fantastic for him last year at Leopard Trek. This man in our shop here, he managed to win the only race he's ever won as a professional, and it was the Tour of Lombardy, so not a bad start after, I think, 12 years as a professional, something like that. Samuel up. Sort of pumping action style he's got, just he seems to drive the bike forward rather than just turn the legs in a fluid manner. There always seems to be a little push on the bike every time he moves. It's a good strong breakaway group, Sean, but it's a shame that Roman Kreuziger is in it for the other guys. Well, there's only 12 minutes down. He's just too far ahead. Too close, should we say, in the general classification, and too dangerous for those riders who want to take the stage today. Not so much the general classification, but those riders who are aiming at the glory of the stage today.
Well, I think that is the really interesting one. We see Colnago there just starting to ride on the front with Garmin Barracuda, and we all know the reason why. For the breakaway, that is going to be the difficult situation they're in now. If you have a team who have Ryder back in the bunch, who really think this stage they can do it, and this is the monster stage to win here, of course. And we heard Daniel Lloyd saying it, if you can win this one today, the rider who wins here just goes down in history in cycling. And for Pozzovivo, Lampre, it's a huge opportunity. If he's feeling good, well, he can do so much damage on this climb. So they want to get it back into a controlling situation, and the breakaway, they're not allowed to grow out that advantage where they could, some of those riders, hold on and go to contest for stage victory.
We'll finish on the Stelvio today, 2,757 metres in height. It's the highest alpine pass in the Eastern Alps. 1953 was the first time it was used, when Fausto Coppi romped away and won the stage. 34 at the time, so right in the glory days of his career. Other winners on the climb: include Graziano Battistini, 1965, and the great Spanish climber Jose Manuel Fuente back in the mid-1970s. Fuente was just an absolutely pure climber. The days of those sort of riders have gone now, Sean, haven't they, really? You have to be a bit of everything. But Fuente, for example, used to, you know, in the same time as Merckx, he used to just attack in the mountains, attack day after day after day after day. Had that ability to attack really hard in the mountains, but had no other ability at all.
Well, the style of racing as well was quite a bit different than what we're having now. The mountain stages, you get to a mountain and they ride at a good pace, and a lot of the time the bunch would all arrive together at the foot of a big mountain, and then the climbers would kick into action and just, you know, sprint off up the climb. It's not the situation at all, and you know, we've seen every day here. Yesterday, more recent, where a breakaway goes away and it's out front, and again today with a big breakaway, and the bunch has to ride so fast, and the climbers, you know, they get it more difficult now to, you know, to stay in the bunch. And if you're not a real good, real strong rider, well, you're going to get to the bottom of the mountain. You're totally cooked. You can do nothing. So, you know, the climbers have much more all-rounders now. They're much better riders on the flatter stages. They can do a lot of everything, and you know, it's a total different situation. Where, as you said, back in, you know, 25, 30 years ago, they were just total climbers on the flat stages. They would, you know, have difficulty staying in the peloton when they start racing fast.
Yeah, and especially the Spaniards, they had a reputation, didn't they, for that sort of rider, ever since Barramontes, really, who could just sort of light up a grand tour in the mountains and just accelerate away from everybody and dance over the top of things. But actually, when it came down to getting in the time trial, it wasn't quite the same. Or on the flat, they were put under real pressure. I suppose the real turning point started to come with Luis Ocaña, who was an excellent time trialist as well. But there we are. Steph Clement's been doing an awful lot of work on the front. There's Damiano Caruso. He's been particularly impressive in the lime green of Liquigas there. They are going through Madonna di Tirano with 76 kilometres to go. And let's just have a bit more of an in-depth look at what the course is today. 76 to go, and as they pass through Tirano, it's not so far now before we get to the top of the Mortirolo. The Mortirolo summit comes at 56.5 kilometres to go to the finish. And the climb itself is 11.5 kilometres in length, and it's absolutely vicious, Sean, isn't it, the Mortirolo? I know Lance Armstrong has said, and it's actually Gilberto Simoni has said the same, although Simoni's one up there and likes the climb because of that, the hardest climb that they know.
Well, if you're a Simoni, it's normal he likes the climb because that's where he was really strong. Yes. And you know, if it's your speciality, you love, you know, real difficult climbs, steep ones especially. Well, then you get a good run of form, you get to a Tour of Italy, you can, you know, do some great performances, and then you start loving those climbs. So there's a bit of both. There's some riders, they love the stage today, and there are other riders going to just hate this stage. But it is a difficult climb, and you know, 11.4 kilometres, the gradient very, very steep, and at this stage of the race, 3 weeks of racing done, it's going to hurt everybody. And again, if they start racing aggressively out of the bunch on it, but on this one the gradient is so deep, so steep, it's going to, you know, hurt everybody anyway, because if you're going at a steadier pace, you have to really make an effort to get up because of the gradient, and it's going to be an energy sapping one. If there's attacks, well, then we will see just riders scattered everywhere on the mountain. They'll be just in small little groups, and it will cause major problems. But I think there will be a lot of waiting for the final climb of the day, because 22 kilometres of Stelvio, it's a long one, and that's where riders who feel they can win the stage, who can maybe do something in the general classification, can upset the classement and try and do something if they're really feeling good today. The Stelvio, I think there's sufficient distance there in 22 kilometres.
Yes, the gradient on the Mortirolo is an average, 15%, just under average. 22% is the maximum up near the top. And I think the cruelest thing about the Mortirolo, Sean, apart from its length and steepness in its central section, is they've got that little downhill bit between about 8.5 and 9.5 kilometres. And then it just ramps up into this incredible 22% ramp. It's just a horrible, horrible thing. It's always 22%, 1 in 5, between 1 in 5, 1 in 4. It's just a horrible way to look at it. You get a tiny little respite, and then you've got it again, just when you think you've got something under your belt.
Yes, it's a real killer. That final kilometres is really difficult, and I suppose that downhill, if you're just in the peloton, what will be left of the peloton, I reckon it will be quite small again. We get to that point, but of the big favourites, and you're a rider maybe, who's just hanging in there, 25, 30 riders on that downhill, and they want to push it on, because a team like Liquigas want to keep the pace high to get onto the descent and get Basso down off of this Mortirolo, and you can just suffer so much on that downhill bit as well, and then you start to kick up on that final real leg breaker. It's going to be a killer. So depending on how you feel and what group you're in, I think in the gruppetto, in the bus, they will really just take it easy on that little downhill bit, recover a bit, have something to eat, have something to drink, and then just crawl their way up that final really big percentage part of it to the summit.
I'm wondering what the tactic of Colnago will be, Sean, because they've been riding on the front here along with Euskaltel. They're not that far from the Mortirolo, and the Mortirolo is more suited to a Domenico Pozzovivo than any other mountain probably here, just because of its incredible steepness. And we saw what he did on the Giro del Trentino. He just romped away from people like Sylvester Schmidt and Roman Kreuziger. It's not suited to a rider like Kreuziger or Basso. All these riders who just have to maintain an even pace, Sean. So is it even conceivable that Pozzovivo may launch an attack on the rest of them as far out as the Mortirolo?
Well, it's a long ways out, and it's 162 kilometres at the summit, so a 219 kilometre stage. Well, you have plus 50 kilometres to go to the finish. It's a long ways, and of that, the 22 kilometres to the Stelvio. But in the valley, I think that's where it's going to be difficult. And for a Pozzovivo, if he's on his own, or even with 2 or 3 riders, it's going to be a killer there, because there's a good 20-15 kilometres in the valley where it flattens out for a bit, and then it just goes gradually uphill all the time until you get onto the real section of the Stelvio on that final 22k. So I doubt it very much that he will go in the attack on Mortirolo, but again, you just never know. It's hard to see it happening, but I think what they're doing with Colnago, the team, that just want to keep control of this breakaway out front and not allow them to take that 6 or 7 minutes, because when you look at the riders that are up there, Kreuziger, of course, who can ride quite strong right to the end. We know his capabilities. Then there's Slachter, who is riding quite strong as well, and quite a number of other good riders. Seppa, for example, if he's on a good day. So you can't allow this breakaway to get 6 or 7 minutes, and then it's going to be a real hard chase to close them down, where they're just keeping control of the situation on the front of the bunch with Garmin Barracuda at the moment, and I think it will be all down to the final climb.
Thinking of the stage victory rather than the overall, then at least you can perhaps do something for both in the final climb. That's the Sanctuary here in Tirano. Built because, if I remember rightly, there was meant to be I think the Madonna was meant to have appeared here to somebody, I can't remember who, but back in the 16th century anyway, and that's where we get the enormous towers, which I know Jared really like. 73 kilometres still to go, and the Mortirolo is not very far away, and so we don't get stopped by the train. Process cause a few problems. There's Jose Seppa sitting in the front here, number 22 with Branislav Samalar behind him. You've got to say, Sean, these are the top boys in the world on a bike, and they all look absolutely shattered. Even just rolling along, it looks a bit like at the end of a Sunday club run. They're all a bit knackered here.
Yes, well, they're working strongly at the moment, and some of them are looking.
It's just the body language.
More knackered than other ones, and that's the that's the normal at the end of a 3-week tour. Some guys, the recovery is that little bit better, and that's an advantage. Then you recover that bit more for the following day. And after a stage like yesterday, everybody suffered. The guys who were battling for stage victory, the general classification, but also the ones who were back in the group, in the bus as we call it, and it was just a struggle to get in yesterday, so some not recovered as well as others.
Breakaway group beginning to climb the Mortirolo. This is the Mark Cavendish group with, looks like Feline and Ferrari in that. The young man from NetApp is Daniel Shawn, and I've got to say, they've done pretty well actually. Is this another group? No, this is the main group, main peloton. And the sprinters have done fairly well, Sean, to hang in so far. The Passo di Tonali is a hard old climb in itself, and then they managed to get over that. And Aprica, Telio and Giro so far. Tirano, the sprint point, has already gone for the points, but some of the sprinters hanging in particularly well.
Well, it's amazing how well they can hang in when they have to, and when you make the calculation of the stage, 219 kilometres, and the first the Passo del Tonale at 32 kilometres. They know that they have to dig in and try and stay in the group or stay very close and possibly come back on the descent, just lose contact in the last number of kilometres. Because if you go out at that point after just over 30 kilometres, it's a long road to the finish, and with the mountains we have to climb, so they just cling on in there, and they can do it much better. And when they come to a point then when they know they can just start forming the group, and we see them at this point, it's starting to happen now.
Jack Bauer nearest to us, the big New Zealander, ex-rider for Enduro for 2 seasons in the UK. So we can claim him as being a rider. As behind him, Ryder Hesjedal, the man everybody is looking at. And that is the other, of course, it's strung out in the valley here as they get towards the Mortirolo. The other thing that we're looking at is whether Hesjedal can manage this massively steep gradient to the Mortirolo. I suppose that leads on from the question I was asking earlier, Sean, as to whether people will actually attack on the Mortirolo and put Ryder Hesjedal under the real pressure, because if it's super steep, is it likely that this man will crack? We just don't know, actually, is the answer.
Well, I think when you look at the other favourites, and if you look at Basso, for example, you look at Scarponi, I think Hesjedal, he's going to be certainly as good as him on the steep sections. The better climbers, the Pozzo Vivo, that's another situation. Rodriguez as well, I think he will be in the same category as the Scarponis, Basso and Hesjedal. But it's all about how they recovered after yesterday's big battle, because everybody just battled to the line. Then we could see them, the favourites, like they were in 1 and 2s, and they were just 30 metres apart in that final 2.5 kilometres, and they were just fighting to get to the line, and everybody was at the end of their powers yesterday. And then recovery is such an important thing for a stage like today of 219 kilometres. So if they really start racing hard up the Mortirolo, well, then we could see some cracks. But I'm afraid that Hesjedal looks to have the match for them all. It's all about the final climb, the altitude as well. I think that could have a little bit of a special effect on somebody today, and that's where I would be concerned about the Mortirolo, with that huge altitude of 2,700.
Sandy Cassar at the back of the little shot here as they run down this last tiny bit of the valley, and up ahead you can see the Mortirolo. 11.4 kilometres in length, the maximum gradient to the top of 22%. Somewhere between 1 in 5 and 1 in 4 for those people in old money. And it's almost as steep as that in the middle section as well. Between 3.5 kilometres and 7 kilometres. Two minutes and 42 seconds is the gap, and there's a few nerves, one has to say, within the peloton. And now Basso's Liquigas team coming to the front and trying to exert some sort of authority before they get to the foot of the Mortirolo. I've got a feeling that a couple of the riders will look at each other and see what they can get out of this climb. Clearly the Stelvio is going to be the big focus of the day, but you just don't know. They're almost upon the Mortirolo itself, Sean, the breakaway riders. And Tom Schlachter now coming towards the front for Rabobank. And Roman Kreuziger here doesn't necessarily suit him, the Mortirolo, and he's got 2 minutes and 40 seconds of a gap over the peloton. But surprised to see him in the breakaway again today. Still smarting from that drubbing he got the other day on the Pass of Jal.
Well, I think he had just an off day, because we see the way he was yesterday, recovered and riding quite strong. Again today, very much up here, and he wants to get another stage victory, to get as much as possible out of this race now, because general classification, he's lost everything. He's not up there, and he was very much one of the big favourites starting out his Giro. And get into the break, that's the way he can win the stage, because when he waits back in the bunch, he always has difficulty against the better climbers, and we know this final climb of the day, he's not going to like this either, and he's done a really good job to get into the breakaway. Unfortunately, there's teams like Colnago who really want to keep the lead on it and not allow the breakaway to get too far out. As we can see, 2:39 at the moment. It's going to be a hard one for anybody in the breakaway to be strong enough and capable of staying out in front and going for a stage victory here, because the moment it starts out to the big bunch of riders here, the favourites, when they start racing, this gap will just come down real quick.
Sylvester Schmidt is back in the lineup for Liquigas here, number 128, third back behind Alessandro Spezialezzi of Lampre. Looks nervous to me, Sean, this in the bunch. They're all sort of looking at each other. They're already breathing quite hard because this break has not been allowed to get away, and there just seems a little bit of nerves knocking about. I'm not surprised.
Well, they're probably taking deep breaths to get as much oxygen into your lungs as possible, because as you get further up, they're not going to be a lot, and this climb, it's a monument of climbs, and anybody in bike racing from a young age that you've been following the big tours, the Tour of Italy, this would be one that they'd all know, and for that reason I think there's a little bit of nervousness to get onto the climb here, and everybody today, even the big favourites, who some of them can be very cool in the earlier parts of the stage, I think the nervous, the heart rate's a little bit higher now than it normally would, because this is the monument, the Mortirolo, and as we come on to the peloton.
Left-hand side of your screen is the breakaway led by Tom Schlachter. Just behind him is Roman Kreuziger, then Caruso in the red of Katusha. Next to, Losada in the lime green of Liquigas is Caruso on the right-hand side. On the right, and the right box on your screen, it's Alessandro Spezialezzi who's leading the main peloton onto the climb now. It's very tight, it's very twisting. So how does it compare with other climbs? I know lots of people asking the question already. There's really three climbs, really, I guess. I mean, we can argue the toss that the cows come home, but essentially there are three climbs of this magnitude in European tours. One is the Angliru in Spain, used in the Vuelta a España, and the other two are the Zoncolan, which was used last year, and this, the Mortirolo here in the Giro d'Italia. And really in France, Sean, they don't tend to use climbs of this sort of severity very much in the Tour de France.
No, percentage-wise, we don't have the real steep gradient in the Tour of France, and as you said, the Anglo route in Spain, that is a one which is really steep. But again, you know, the distance of it wouldn't be as long, maybe as long as sections as we have today. And this is, you know, a climb like this of just over 11 kilometers. It's going to be, you know, a lot of the sections are really steep in the very, very high numbers of gradient, and that's where it's going to, you know, really test everybody, because some of the shorter ones you can, you know, make an effort to get through them and recover on the easier sections. That's not going to be easy here, because most of the time you have such a steep section, you're going to be pretty much to 100% getting up there, and that means if you're just riding a good tempo in the bunch, if somebody goes in the attack on it, well, then you're going to be totally on the rivet and on 100%, and that is going to really hurt on this one.
And some people already really hurting here on the climb of the Mortirolo, and this is not the usual side it's taken from, this climb, but even so it is viciously steep. Swiss climber, he's climbing domestique, a good all-round rider and winner of the Tour of Lombardy. Oliver Zorg leads the peloton out. Look, some riders are going backwards. Already suffering, and on the fierce gradient here is Valerio Agnoli. Sean, he looked like he was going backwards rather than forwards, but you never know why he was going backwards. This is Giuseppe Martinelli of Astana. Yesterday was a victory. We didn't really expect it, because after Cervinia, where Roman finished fifth, he had to recover and restart properly. It's been great. He suffered a bit, but I've only felt like a few times in my life. We insisted on yesterday a lot of the work being done for Roman. In the last 20 kilometers we made perfect teamwork. I'd like to thank everybody, he says. Well, they could switch their tactics, couldn't they, Sean, fairly rapidly, because on the first big climb of the day, the Magnan Paolo Tirolongo was dropped, and dropped quite heavily. So immediately you can say, okay, right, today, now we can put all our efforts to Roman if he needs it. Yes, and you know, within the team as well, you know the reason guys are dropped. If they're starting to get tired in the last number of days, you can feel that as a rider, and it just starts to hurt that bit more every day. And if that's the case, well then, in Tirolongo's case, which looks very much that way, there's nothing you can do for him. He's just going to try and get through this race and finish. Where with a cruising girl, he had one disastrous day where he was totally off, and you know, got left behind a long ways from the finish, but recovered very well, and the riders can feel that as well. You know, you're on a bad day, but you know the following day that you're recovered very well, and you're ready for action again, you're ready for the battle. And with Cruising Girl and Astana, that is the situation, and they have, you know, went about it today. He's out there on the break, and they would have been hoping, and he would have been hoping as well, this break would have got 7 or 8 minutes, and then they would have a good opportunity of going on towards the finish. But as we can see, there's teams with other tactics here, and it's really, you know, taking the breakaway back big time, and now the advantage is nothing which they would like to have on this the climb of the Mortirolo. Well, we're looking at the front of the peloton through the trees, but the breakaway is all split to pieces already. Zorg, you've got to ride at your own pace. You know, riding with other men is very, very difficult on a climb this steep. Sean, it's almost not impossible, but it's extremely difficult, especially when you're tired, to match your pace to another rider's if they're slower even. That's very difficult indeed. Well, first of all, if you have a number of riders who are that bit stronger, they feel that bit better, well, they're going to push on. If they're good climbers, well, you know, they're going to give you problems if you're tired. And what you have to do is just try and, you know, get into your own pace, keep working at it, keep giving it close to 100%,
And you know, the riders will be very, very familiar with that. They do it so much during the seasons and, you know, through their career for many years. And you just get up with, but if you try and follow a rider like Zurg or, you know, Carrara, for example, you're going to, you know, do that for a kilometre, but then you'll totally explode on a steep one like this, and you'll almost come to a standstill, and you're going to have major difficulty getting to the top. So you have to calculate your effort and, you know, just work at your 95% and keep working at that. But your 95%, you can be a long ways off our two leaders, because, you know, they can be so much stronger, and they just ride away from you so quickly on this one.
Yep, and they have. Look at this. Oliver Zurg and Matteo Carrara are, well, an awful long way ahead, Sean, of the rest of the guys they were with already. Zurg and Carrara clearly in better shape for a climb like this, or better at a climb like this, than all the others they were with, and the others are really suffering, and they have to ride at their own pace, whereas these two could ride ahead that little bit more. Here we are back with the peloton. Alessandro Speziolezzi still pacing them up. Ryder Hesjedal doesn't look particularly comfortable, actually. That's interesting. Maybe it was just that shot we had of him there. We haven't seen too many shots of him so far. Now he looks a little bit more comfy. Right behind him is Paolo Tiralongo. We got some recovery from yesterday. These are riders towards the back, beginning to get dropped. Oh, we all know this feeling, don't we? Michael Golas, former wearer of the Mountains classification jersey, and this is a dreadful feeling. I think every cyclist in the history of cycling has felt like that on the hill. Crikey, Zurg and Carrara are going well at it, Sean.
They sure are. They're riding very strong here, and it will be just interesting to see the rest of the breakaway group there, where they are. We can't see nobody at the moment, but again, you know, 15, maybe 20 seconds of an advantage, and it depends on Kruisinger, for example. You know, if he's making the calculation, well, if I go too hard on this one, I can pay later. But when you know, study the situation, 3 minutes 64 kilometres, I think if Roman Kruisinger was feeling okay, he would just follow the pace there and stay with our two leaders. So it's not looking that he's in the best of shape yesterday, and after his efforts he's probably, you know, paying a little bit, but nothing to lose. Get into the breakaway and see what happens. If this breakaway are taking 8 or 9 minutes, well then it would be, you know, a great opportunity for the likes of Kruisinger, but he has two men here who've left him on this climb who seems to be feeling much stronger today.
Yeah, it's not the sort of climb to be honest, that I think suits Roman Kruisiger. Peter Stedner sitting in the front of Ryder Hesjedal here, just behind. Familiar style, head up, head straight forward style of Ivan Basso. Never really changes much, even if he's under severe pressure. Oh, this is savage. Look, it's just going to disappear up to the left again now. Around this hairpin they go. It does ramp a little bit, this climb, but not an awful lot. There's 64.3 kilometres to go. They have to work their way steadily over the top of this one, Sean, and it doesn't finish until 56.5 kilometres, so they've got another 8k of this or more. Narrow, winding roads. I mean, as a rider, Sean, when you're in, we're going to take a short commercial break, but I'll ask a question to Sean about the short stretches of road when we get back. Zurg and Carrara. A Swiss rider and an Italian have a gap of about 28 seconds over Romain Kruisiger. This looks like a Damiano Caruso, who has pulled away from Christian van der Velde, and he is just a little further down the road than Zurg and Carrara. Very, very impressive ride by Caruso all the way through this Giro d'Italia. There we are, there's Caruso, and there is Van der Velde. Just behind it looks like Serpa. And then behind that, Koesiger and a number of the other riders as well. 11.4 kilometres in total, this brutal, unrelenting, winding climb. And Sean, just before the break, I was going to ask you, as a rider, is it better, certainly well for you, was it better to have these winding climbs with lots of short stretches of road before hairpins, so you've got a lot of hairpins in it, or did you prefer the big, long ramps of something like a Mont Ventoux?
Well, I think most riders would like the corners all the time, a lot of hairpins, and we see and we have seen here on some of the hairpins here, it does ease off a little bit, and you get a little bit of rest in the hairpin, where if it goes straight up and you can see 4, 5, 600 metres in front, you have a straight road, that is real, killing, and it's mind wrecking, and it's all about how you're feeling as well. When you're suffering, it certainly starts to work on you mentally, and the straight sections, I did not like them at all. The hairpins are the ones where you get a little bit of recovery, and when you get to the hairpin as well, you have the normal reaction is you get out of the saddle a bit to get around it, and that I think it relieves a bit as well. You stretch the legs a bit, and when you're on a straight line, I find it difficult to get out of the saddle a bit more. So certainly the ones with a lot of hairpins were the ones where I preferred the climbs.
I'd be interested to know what people think. It's at Spokesman, SPOKSMEN. As you see Graham Watson going past on the motorbike, he's got the easy ride today, the photographer. This is Sorg, and Carrara has been distanced a little bit. Caruso's come past him, so Carrara really suffering now. He was with Zorg for a while, but he's dropped back a little bit. Just to know what you think. Certainly is a leisure rider, Sean. I would tend to agree with you. Things like, although it depends on, as I say, how the legs are. Mont Ventoux for me was just soul destroying. These long, straight sections with the hairpins in. Whereas a climb like this, you can almost sort of tick the bends off, can't you? There's a sort of a variety of mental stimulation going past you all the time. Specialezzi knows this sort of work very well. They're one of the most experienced domestiques in the peloton. This is impressive riding by Caruso here, Sean, once again.
Yes, and you can see here he's just trying to make contact with the Director Sportif, and it's going to be interesting here. What is the tactic for Caruso here? I certainly do not see him pushing on here. I think he will sit just behind Zorg and leave him make the pace, and we can see a Serpa also appearing there in our screen, so he's coming up slowly, and I'd not be surprised if we see Kreuziger appearing a bit further on. The riders, maybe they just decided to get into that rhythm on this one, because it is a climb of 11.4 kilometres, and if you attack it in the beginning a bit too much too early, well, if you start paying further up, so get into your rhythm and see how you're feeling. As we can see a mechanical here.
Yep, that looks like
Rubiano.
Yep, winner of a stage ship in the Giro, Rubiano. A little bit of mechanic. This is Rabottini, dropped from the breakaway, but just working his own way up. He's done a very good job today, Sean. First of all, making sure he got in the right break, which went almost immediately, making sure he got there, and secondly, claiming all the points on the mountain so far. And a little tap on the back there from Specialezzi saying well done.
Yes, and he's done the job really well today, getting into the breakaway with the mountains classification jersey on his shoulders, and he's increased his lead there big time, and I think now he's satisfied. He knows that the next one he's not going to be able to stay up there. He's felt that on this Mortirolo, and just make your pace, and he's just working away at it, and he's also in a good position here. We're a long ways into the stage up this climb. He is, going to have no problem with the time limits, and I think he's quite a happy man at the moment.
I think he is. Stevie Whitey writing in on Twitter. You seem to be the only person so far, sir, who prefers the long straight ones. Get into the saddle and keep spinning. Everybody else saying no little milestones or hairpins all the time. Jouplan is my favourite, says limping cyclist. Not mine, although going down's quite nice down the Jouplan. Somebody writing in saying hills, I like the ones that go down. Indeed. 3 minutes and 43 seconds, so the gap has grown out a little bit, Sean, and as you suspected, nobody's going to do a thing on this one. It's just so steep and so unrelenting, they're just going to leave it for the Stelvio to battle each other. But these men here, well, certainly Oliver Zorg, the other two, Caruso and Van der Velde, aren't concerned with stage victory here, but Serpa and Zorg are in it for the glory of the day.
Yes, well, Zorg is certainly on a mission here. He wants to push on. Some of the other ones, I'm not sure what the tactic will be, but they're looking comfortable there and just stay in the front and control the situation. And I suppose they're waiting to see what will happen on the rest of this climb, the Mortirolo. Will there be some attacks out of the big favourites? And that will change things immediately for the riders who have men up in the general classification. So it's just, for some teams, it's a waiting game. Other ones want to push on.
Joaquim aveva anche delle buone sensazioni.
Valerio Piva
mi ha sempre detto che stava bene.
Saying, well, the Mortirolo is a climb where you can gain or you can lose a lot.
Ha attaccato, lui ha risposto due volte.
Tough.
La terza quando è partito Hesjedal,
So the rider shouldn't wait for the Stelvio, if you ask me, because it's a steadier climb.
E intanto si è creato il buco e poi è stato lì. Hesjedal l'ha visto
and
e ha tirato, ha fatto una cronometro fino in cima,
did a
quindi
perfect job for its captain.
Naturalmente ha sofferto,
Would be
come
the
penso hanno
favourite on
sofferto
the
tutti,
Stelvio, of course.
ha limitato i danni alla fine, non cambia
but,
tanto,
just
abbiamo
as we
comunque la maglia,
with,
c'è una tappa
Valerio
ancora
Piva,
molto dura, noi non
saying they should attack on the Mortirolo. Look at this, his man Joaquim Rodríguez has done exactly that, and he's got Ryder Hesjedal in his wheel. I was concentrating on the interview for a minute, but actually it doesn't really matter what he's saying at the moment, because it's Joaquim Rodríguez who's making the pace at the front tip, and behind him Ryder Hesjedal and Michele Scarponi has come across. I'll have to try and pick up where he is.
Ma sai, il Mortirolo secondo me è una salita che può fargli
the Mortirolo is
molto ripida, molto dura, quindi
it's a classic climb. It's big in the Giro history.
Stelvio, perché lo Stelvio
the Stelvio is even more so. To finish there would be like a
e negli ultimi giorni la tattica anche Liquigas, che ha sicuramente fatto il meglio per il suo capitano, l'ha favorito perché quell'andatura veloce e regolare sicuramente ha favorito anche lui. Quindi secondo me quello che potrebbe soffrire, almeno
the pictures on the right hand side, rather than listen to the interview for just a second, because it's Rodríguez who's making the real move here, and all the main favourites are going across to him. So this is pushing the pace on a little bit. Right, let's try and get back.
Ancora difficili. Bisogna avere una squadra anche che sia lì vicino per portarlo poi ai piedi dello Stelvio, quindi secondo me comunque per poter fargli male e far
hopefully they'll carry on their attack through to the Stelvio and put Hesjedal in trouble. That's what he was saying. .339 is the gap, and Hesjedal has responded, Sean, by sort of digging in deep here. Once Rodríguez has got up here, Sergio Enyo is here, Basso, Uran, Enyo looks over his shoulder for Uran, and Scarponi. But it was Rodríguez who set the pace, and Ryder Hesjedal said, okay, that's it. You know, if you're going to do that, I'm going to be up here. He does not want to show any sign of weakness at all. There's definitely dealing a hand of strength here.
Yes, well, Rodríguez putting in a good dig there, and Hesjedal reaction immediately, then Rodríguez doing it again, and we see all the big favourites coming back here. He doesn't need a situation where he gets away with 5 or 6 of the top men in the general classification. That's not a good situation for Hesjedal, because if they go on here and make the descent and then get into the valley, which there is that 20 kilometres, which is going to be difficult, and gradually going uphill in the valley and getting the gradient getting more and more as you go on to the final climb of the day. So he needs as many men as possible, and he needs to try and keep control of the situation, and maybe get a man or two from the team over the top of this one, and they could be very important, but not in a situation where he has only the big favourites with him, 5 or 6 men. Then they would start attacking, and Hesjedal would have to do a lot of work to control all of those.
Well, that's what they're all counting on, Sean. That's exactly what they're counting on. Rodríguez starts the attack. Hesjedal has got to respond because they're so close in the GC. All the other big favourites come across. Although Ryder Hesjedal's got a man up the road here, and Christian van der Velde. So is Ivan Basso. Basso has got Caruso here. Basso is in this group. Few more riders coming back, but 3 riders from Euskaltel there. Chiruka taking a drink from the bottle. Nievi will be in here. Serge Pauls. Here's the rider setting pace on the front at the moment. We must presume then the Cataldo is also in this group. There he is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 back, just ahead of Thomas de Gendt, with those typical white shades on of his Dario Cataldo. Seconds from our 2 leading men of the 4 leading men, should I say. Caruso, Zorg, Serpa and van der Velde to this group of big favourites. Ignited a little bit of pressure put on by Joaquim Rodríguez, and Ryder Hesjedal having to respond to that, and a bit isolated in here now. Dario Cataldo has Serge Pauls. Ivan Basso has a man up the road. This is Andre Amador coming across to these men here. That's interesting. Amador has been very, very strong. Macho Bono about to be picked up by the Scarponi group. His team leader is in this group. I don't think he'll have too much to still give. But Hesjedal there responded, Sean, and he sort of left himself a little bit isolated here.
Yes, well, there was nothing he could do, only respond immediately to Rodríguez and just try and calm things down, and it has done that, although 56 kilometres at the summit of this one, so there's quite a bit to go, and there's still time for the attacks.
4K or 3.5K to the top here. Oliver Zorg shades off now, leads the pace here. Amador trying to get as much fluid down himself as possible. The ever impressive Damiano Caruso sits in here behind the winner of the Tour of Lombardy, Zorg. Van der Velde looks like he's trying to get back to a car for a bottle at some point, in desperate need. And it looks like the neutral car is going to hand out a bottle here, which they can. Vitoria providing the neutral service car here, and Van der Velde clearly grabbed a bottle, take something from it, take as much water as he can, do what he wants with it, and dispose of it. It's just stuff you really don't want to carry around. Well, Hesjedal responded to the pressure put on by Joaquim Rodríguez. We did catch up with him before today's stage.
I'm fully aware of the situation, and I'm just focusing on today and then on to tomorrow.
The more the race develops and the cooler you look growing in confidence and very, very cool.
you know, that's easy to do and your legs are good. So, you know, that's my style anyways. So that's it.
And do you think you impress your rivals? You've got a psychological advantage now.
I think they understand that I'm strong, that's for sure.
So you will use that, of course.
I think I've been using it the whole race.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's difficult to drag an interview out, isn't he? Ryder Hesjedal, obviously he's keeping himself under control, keeping the lid on anything he actually says, but he's Christian having difficulty trying to drag something out of him here. Use that sort of laconic style. Zorg is pushing on. And for him, it's all about the stage today, Oliver Zorg. Just the one professional victory to his name, and that was in the Tour of Lombardy last year. It's going very well, actually, Sean, today. It's not the easiest of climbs, one would say, and he's going very well indeed, as is Serge Pauls here, leading this group. But we often see Hesjedal with his head down a little bit, but today he looks to be a little under pressure, as does Gendt. Both of them start looking at their front wheel a bit, like so many cyclists do when they're really feeling under strain. But so far, no cracks appearing in the Canadian's armour.
No cracks appearing at this moment, but you know, it's very early days, and it's interesting to see. He looks like he's suffering a bit, but again, he has that style. He bobs the shoulders a bit on the climb, and it's hard to know if he's suffering any more than the others. And surprising that Rodríguez, he put in an attack. He could be feeling okay today, and will he try and do something on the final climb? It doesn't look like on the Mortirolo that they're going to really put anybody in difficulty. With the pace being set by Omega Quickstep on the front by Serge Pauls, and this pace is going to continue, and we're getting closer to the top, and I think it's all going to be down to the final climb of the day.
I think so too. We've still got riders who were suffering yesterday, like Tiralongo and Thomas de Gendt riding right at the front. Well, de Gendt wasn't suffering so much, but he was distanced yesterday. So that sort of would indicate, Sean, that they're not really giving it absolutely full gas at the moment. I can't say I blame them either. Well, sometimes in the past, big name riders, big name favourites would use a climb like the Mortirolo, the penultimate climb of the day, especially if it was very difficult, to soften up their rivals, Sean, to soften their legs up, give it a big dig and try and soften them up ready for a final attack. Not happening today. We saw Joaquim Rodríguez, a little flash of it, but I think that was just to sort of test a few people rather than making the pace so hard that it really made them suffer, so they had nothing left for recovery.
Yes, well, we did see Rodríguez, and maybe he felt that Hesjedal was suffering a bit, and decided just to put in a little bit of attack to see what the reaction would be. And we did see then he put in a second one, not as strong as the first one, but again he did do it. And it's all about just getting a feeling what way the other favourites are feeling, and he probably could have done more. It looked like that he wasn't really going for it, and Rodríguez, he could be saying, well, some of these guys are not as good maybe as yesterday, but things change as well. You can feel okay on this climb, but still, you have this 59 kilometres from the summit to the finish today. So you have you have 30 kilometres plus to get to the bottom of the really difficult climb of the day, and a lot of things can change, but we can see there they're just marking each other. And the problem is it's a long ways in the valley. I think if it was just downhill and straight up immediately to the finish, then we might see more action here. But the problem is with this 20 kilometres in or about to get up the valley to the final climb of the day, I think everybody's a little bit scared of that.
As Oliver Zorg is on that cruel little downhill section before it kicks up again to 22% to get to the top of the Mortirolo. Serge Pauls from Belgium leads the group of favourites at the moment. And back onto the climbing goes Oliver Zorg. And just look at the state of the road as well here, Sean. Onto the old concrete road on the Mortirolo here. Nice. Bit of a Sunday jaunt, or Saturday jaunt in this case. And it's one professional victory. There we are, 5 times as good at the Giro d'Italia, but well, that should suit Ryder Hesjedal then. Being a former mountain biker. I'm sure the favourites will be on this section as they go over the top of this tiny little bit here. They are now on the section that runs downhill for about 1 kilometre or so. It's a terrific piece of riding by Zorg. Still got 2 minutes and 57 seconds, so he's going very well, Sean. I mean, I know the others aren't really attacking each other, but then Zorg is just riding strongly. He's not going anything like an attacking pace. He's just keeping himself rolling as strongly as he can. He still knows he's got the Stelvio to go.
Yes, well, he is strongest. He's riding quite well here, but again, what's he going to do when he gets to the summit here? Does he continue on and go for this final 59 kilometres on his own, or does he wait back for the other riders, which we see here in our picture? And the problem is, some of the riders here, liquid gas, as we can see, Tirolongo slides off here.
Tirolongo having a problem and going off with Matteo Bono. So the two of them have collided, and that's not nice. Two of them on the edge a little bit. Tirolongo making contact again. Whacked his chin there. And maybe Matteo Bono, did Tirolongo slide out? Yes. Oh. Looks as though he'd caught a bit of the dust that was on the road there, Sean.
Yes, he just slided off on the front, and nothing he could do. No chance when it goes, when the front starts to slide on you, down you go. And came very heavy on his face there, slided along. We could see him rubbing the right hand side of his face when he was getting back on the bike, and he was swinging there on the rear of that group. We could see he was one of the last men, so I think on the limit a bit, as they say in bike towns, on the rivet. And when you're in that state, well then you can make a little bit of an error.
For those of you who don't know where the term "on the rivet" comes from, if you're new to cycling, I know all you old hands know exactly where it comes from, but there's a lot of people who aren't cyclists of ancient calibre. It comes from the days when leather saddles were regularly used. You had big brass rivets holding them in around the back
and
the front. So that's where the rivet comes from.
Yes.
On the rivet, and you were perched on the front of the saddle.
Perched on the front of the saddle, exactly.
Nice to see some Basque flags out the side of the road. Yes, the rivet used to be right on the front of the saddle as well as on the around the back. You still see them around the back. But the term "on the rivet" is from being on the front. This is horrible, Sean.
There'll be a lot of guys on the rivet here.
Yeah,
we can see the surface. It's just horrible. It's so bumpy there, and when you have this gradient, it just makes it so difficult to keep the bike moving on. And we can see his Og there, he's on a real steep section and struggling to keep the pedals turning.
Nasty stuff. As I say, should suit Hesjedal. Gendt moves to the front. Whoops. Be careful if you're pushing. You're supposed to be pushing these days, but When they're going so slowly, Sean, it can be as dangerous as anything else being pushed. They think they're doing a service, but actually they can just unbalance you.
Yes, if somebody pushes you and is not experienced, that they hold your saddle good and firm and they push you at the same time. But if they push you to the side, they can knock you off very easily. And also you have to be careful, because with the commissars, if you allow to be pushed too long, well, then you can get this fine. We can see the way he looks there, Azog. He allowed to push for a moment, and then he looks round and say, just leave me go now, because otherwise I'm going to get a penalty.
He certainly is. Very, very nasty section of road, and the road. So, oops, problems for Pozzovivo. This is this not Domenico Pozzovivo? It looked an awful lot like him. Just a very briefest look there, and we'll just have to wait to get confirmation of that. But the fact the cameras were, they just looked a lot like him there. So look at this, John. Everybody, some of these riders just simply dragging their weary, sorry carcasses up here now. After 3 weeks of racing, this is the incredibly steep section. Or is that Pozzovivo there? In which case it would be Brambilla, I think, who's possibly in trouble. Let's have a look at that. That is Pozzovivo there. The place that this mountain has in the affections of the Italians in particular, Sean. They remember Marco Pantani as a climber at the top of this. There's a sort of special prize that they have over the top of this with 500 metres to go, and it'll be Zorg who gets it.
Yes, this one is in remembrance of the great climber Pantani, and the top of this one is the Pantani, Montagna Pantani it's called, and Zorg is definitely going to get up here and take that prize. But we could see there, Lampre car, there was somebody actually pushing it. It looks like the cars are having difficulty as well.
Yeah.
And the riders who have lost a bit of contact and you find yourself in the cars, well, that is just a horrible place to be, because there's so much clutch burning, there's the fume from the cars, the air, it's just horrible there, and the breathing, you're just totally in oxygen depth, and then when you get into that situation between the cars, it's the worst place on earth to be at this moment.
And you've got all these screaming fans either side of you. You're trying to make your own progress up this mountain. Cars are next to you. You've got a tiny gap to be in, as you saw with some of the other riders there, like Brambilla getting off and dozens of riders being tailed off. The cars are trying to get past you, you're trying to keep your own momentum going, and then suddenly the cars will stop for one reason or another. They've been held up by other riders or the crowds, and you have to still battle your way past, and that's what happened to some of those riders just back there, Sean. Some of them are off the bikes, they just can't do anything else, and they're running. It's like a massive Koppenberg all of a sudden.
Yes, and if you're off the rear of the group of big favourites and you're just in the cars, you're really battling to stay in contact there, keep them at the distance, and then try and get back on the descent. But if the cars start coming by and then they slow down and stop actually, and you have to slow down, just slow down only, it's a horrible thing to have to do. But if you get off your bike and then get back again on the steep section just to get moving again, that's where you need some of the spectators to give you a push to get you in motion again.
Oh God, look at the Tifosi on here, and they're coming from everywhere. They're not just Italians. We saw the Lion of Flanders there. 75 metres to go. Blimey, is there enough space for anybody up there? Well, thank goodness they've got it barriered up to this point. But look at the crowds. Oliver Zorg takes the Montagna Pantani prize. And it's down now. Carrara fighting to be the next guy up here. And he's got Gendt with him. It's a plan. It's a plan. Thomas Gendt has launched himself off the front and is trying to do something today. And this is going to be so difficult for anybody else to follow, Sean, because if they get away here, the fans are closing around them. They can't see how far they've got up the road. They don't know what's going on.
Yes, well, it is a strong move by the Gendt, but we can see the front end of the main bunch are just a little bit further down, so they're only 15-20 seconds off. The big problem is for the Gendt and Carrara, there's a long way to the finish, and I'm afraid this valley is going to be a difficult one. As we see Carrara now, he's done his bit, and the Gendt, we know the style of rider he is. He's not afraid to attack from a long ways out, but this one, you know, we have the descent of 12 kilometres, and then we have that 20 kilometres in the valley, and that's going to be the killer.
Basso in trouble. Ivan Basso in trouble a little bit. Here goes Matteo Carrara. Go on! Gives him this final push. It may mean absolutely nothing, but it's the last tiny 1 or 2 watts of energy he can give over, and Carrara is spent. It's going to be a dreadfully long ride for Matteo Carrara now. Look at this. This is the front of the main group, and that is Domenico Pozzovivo. Well, he did something similar on the Passo Giao with 500 meters to go. Goodness only knows why, but he did. But they put Ivan Basso under a little bit of pressure here, Sean, and he's getting tailed off just a tiny bit. Losada looking behind him to see where his team leader Joaquim Rodríguez is, and is not that far down. 2:56 is the gap between our leading man Oliver Zorg and the pink jersey. Brave move by Thomas de Gendt, and he's pretty handy on the descent as well, as Pozzovivo leads them up. Basso clawing his way back, gets to the rear of that little group of favourites. And over the top go this group, and still Basso is still fighting there, Sean, at the back here, and looks as if Tirolongo has made it back to that group as well. Cunego. Well, they'll be pleased to get that one out of the way, Sean, but a little dig coming from Pozzovivo, showing he's got a little bit better form today, perhaps.
Yes, I think he's warming up for the Stelvio.
I think so, yeah.
It's a good indicator that he's, you know, pushing on a bit there. Maybe he wants to just push on that final bit of the Mortirolo and start to the descent to get into a good position. But Basso, as we can see there was a number of bike lengths appearing, but no panic for Basso at the moment, because on the descent he should be able to, you know, make his way back. And if Pozzovivo is making the descent, it'll not be a problem to get back into the group of big favourites. As we can see, Basso there, he's only 6 or 8 bike lengths off the rear of 10 or 12 of the big favourites.
Yeah, it's not a good sign, no. It's not a good sign. But you can't panic. And Basso's got enough experience to know. Just going to keep it rolling. This is Zorg. Who's going to put who under pressure down here, Sean? Anybody?
I don't think we will see anybody of big favourites taking the risks here and really pushing it on to put others on the limit. It's more like the guys who have just missed this group of big favourites. If you're a little bit off the rear, sometimes, you know, you make the effort and you take that bit more of a risk getting down and trying to make it back into the group, because you don't want to get caught in the valley when we get down here. As we see the Gendt, you know, he's out there no man's land at the moment. There is riders between, so maybe he can group up, join up with some of the guys who are in the breakaway, because he does need a number of men to get into the flat section when he get off this 12k climb. That's 20 kilometres until we get to the final climb to Stelvio. That's where you need a number of men to work with you. Otherwise, if you have to do it all on your own, you will pay big time in the final one.
Carrara coming across again. De Gendt needs him. I need you, Matteo, he says, and away he goes to try and link up with his man Thomas de Gendt, who was clearly not at full stretch on the descent here. They haven't pulled out enough of a lead, and that's what they want Carrara for. He's been worked hard today for his crust, Sean, for Matteo Carrara, by the look of it.
Yes, and unfortunately he was just a little bit short of getting to the top, because that would have been the perfect situation for the team of Vacansoleil and for the Gendt. If Carrara was just getting to the top and then de Gendt to join up, make the descent together, and that would be a big plus for Thomas de Gendt to have Carrara. But now he's trying to push on out of the front of the bunch, and I think that's where, you know, maybe get a bit of reaction from some of the big favourites there, and they will just kind of try and keep in their sights, and you know, by doing that, well, then they're only going to just close down on de Gendt and take him back into that group of pink jersey.
This is the course today, as we can see. Beno the Epoca, the Telio. We are now on the Mortirolo. That long ride through the valley to Bormio and then up to the Passo di Stelvio, the highest pass in the Eastern Alps. De Gendt now has a man with him. Is that, I think that is Scarponi who's with him now. So De Gendt has Carrara, Scarponi. This is a little bit interesting, Sean, because certainly, as you said, the main favourites are now pushing on. This is going to be a little bit difficult for some of them, because De Gendt and Carrara are going for it now.
Yes, going to be interesting.
Just to go here on this final massive mountain stage in the Giro d'Italia. What a 3 weeks it's been. From that sort of cagey game we had in the first 7, 8, 9 days, riding through Denmark, and being the weather being so good, and it favoured riders like Pozzo Vivo, and it meant that we came to the big mountains with a whole group of riders who could challenge. And once again, that sort of cagey game continued, but this time on the climb, somebody pulling out a little bit of an advantage here, then losing it the next day. It has been one of those types of Grand Tour, Sean, where it's just been nip and tuck all the way between all the big favourites, with some notable personal performances as well, like the Rubiano's win, for example, and Lars Bak. But it's been very, very tight between all the major favourites.
Well, it's been a spectacular race, and as you said, from the time we started in Denmark, you know, the flat stages, they were really interesting and really good finals, because we had somebody in the leader's jersey who wanted to control the race, and the breakaways were just allowed out there. Some days with not much hope of going to the finish, other days looked okay, and it was, you know, touch and go if we were going to make it. But most days we see, and they've been hauled back into the main bunch in the final. So a real good week, 10 days of racing. And then in the mountain stages, of course, the small uphill finishes were very interesting. But what a final we're having in this Giro once again, because here we are, penultimate day. Hesjedal looking very strong, Rodríguez the leader, but a lot of other riders not outward. And this final today, as we have seen here, as we went over the Mortirolo and we go to the Stelvio, well, it's going to be a spectacular final here, certainly. And we could see surprises, and you know, we're saying Hesjedal looking the real favourite, looked a little bit under pressure there on the climb, but I think everybody was under pressure on this Mortirolo, because the percentage so steep, so high, everybody just fighting to get up it.
But what a revelation some riders have been, Sean. We knew Thomas de Gendt, for example, a very attacking rider, but did you really expect him to be hanging in with these big favourites after 3 weeks of racing? Or Pozzo Vivo? We knew what a great climber he was, but did we really expect him to come up trumps when it came to the descending and hanging on to the coattails of much more experienced men? Or Rodríguez, for example? Did we expect him to be here right at the end?
Well, as we've seen in the past with Rodríguez, you know, he is a big champion, but in a 3-week tour he always seemed to suffer on a day where he loses a bit of time, have a day off, a day which he's not on his best shape. This he hasn't had in this Giro, and he's been remarkably strong in the big mountain stages. Hesjedal, of course, he is also really the surprise of the race, the way he's riding at the moment. Pozzo Vivo, he's done a magnificent job staying up there, not getting caught up with crashes, getting left behind on the descent. So there's a lot of riders who has really put up special performances, and then the ones who were disappointing as well. Schleck, for example, Klusinger were ones who were expecting to be very much in the shake-up. being here today, still very much in the general classification. So, you know, there's riders who have surprised us with their performances and other riders who have disappointed us.
Disappointing riders, definitely. Frank Schleck would be one of them. Jose Rojano, although I can't say I was surprised personally, but that's just one of those things. Jean Gadret, another man who I'd say was a little disappointing, although he's not ridden badly, but just not great. Here's Joaquim Rodríguez. Look at the way Ryder Hesjedal just marks him immediately. That was some push there, Sean, because they immediately got some space over the rest of them. At least Hesjedal's got the ability to look behind and see who's there, and Scarponi's the man who drags the rest of them back up again.
Yes, we could see that they were taking control of the race there. Looked Van der Velde was setting the pace, and you know, Rodríguez decided to up the pace a bit and just really just shake things up and see what the reaction would be. But Hesjedal very quick on the wheel of Rodríguez, and we did see, you know, he gave it another little push on, but never had Hesjedal in any difficulty.
This is Paolo Tirolongo face planting rather painfully. Matteo Bono couldn't really avoid him, and luckily the motorcycle could stop, but that's got to hurt. Oliver Zorg went over the top of the Montagna Pantani here in the Mortirolos, here on the Mortirolo, and is now out by himself. And we are back with you live. For Nissan, for Radio Shack Nissan, Sean, it's been a very disappointing Giro d'Italia.
Yes, it has, and I suppose we mentioned just a moment ago, Schleck was the one who there were, you know, big hopes to do something in the general classification. Stage victories also with these mountain top finishes that were Radio Shack Nissan would be hoping to get some stages out of the race, and it hasn't been good at all, as we can see here. De Mol really pushing on here and motivating him a bit, but as I said, he has a number of riders coming up from behind, and they are going to be, you know, in a strong position, because when they get together, if they ride together at all, well then I think Zog will have a problem staying out in front.
As Cataldo is trying to chase back on now, having been dropped from that main group, trying to get back in touch with the main favourites as they flash through the 45 to go. This is Amador, Caruso and Serpa, who are in between Oliver Zorg and the main peloton of favourites. Chase group at 140. This is this group here we're talking about. But also looking over his shoulder, wondering where the car is. There's Dirk de Mol giving as much encouragement as he possibly can. Hey, here we go. That's the main group of favourites. And there is Christian van der Velde. A little bit distanced on the descent. How far back is he? Oh, a pretty long way back. Serpa. Good of Amador to get over there. It's Van der Velde having lost a fair bit, Sean. He's going to have to chase pretty hard to get back on there.
Yes, and is he going to chase, or is he going to just come back into the main bunch now? Because I think he is in a situation possibly being called back by the director of sportif. I'd be surprised if he just finds himself alone there. He should be with some of the riders. So I'd say it's just a call from the team director. Just allow yourself to slip back and come back into the main bunch and wait and see what needs to be done for Hesjedal as we go through this 20 k's in the valley.
Caruso clearly looking now. Maybe he knows that Basso is by himself now and has Managed to stay with this group of favourites, although he was a little bit under pressure. Cataldo has come back. Good riding by Dario Cataldo. It's a fairly big group though, Sean. What, 15 riders? 2 young Sky riders in here as well. They've done a terrific job all the way through this Giro d'Italia. That is the next generation. Both of them Colombians as well.
Yes, doing a really good job to be up here in this group of around the 15. We can see, all the favourites. The men were expecting to be up here. Most of them are here. And with Sky, 2 men up here, it's a really good performance. Also, Hesjedal, we can see they've got 2 in here, and we'll also see, of course, with Liquid Gas, because they've pulled their man back out in front to come back here, and also then the Garmin Barracuda rider will also join up here. So it's going to be around a 20-man group here, as we can see. Kluzinger is still in this group of big favourites.
Yes, caught up with them. This is Carrara, De Gendt, Losada. And where is the pink jersey group? That's it. Oh, what is De Gendt on about, Sean? Is he feeling attacking enough to do something on the Stelvio? It's an awful long climb for somebody like a De Gendt to have a go on, and then he's not pushing on the valley here. They're just rolling along.
Well, it's a difficult situation for De Gendt unless he gets a number of riders with him who want to work real well, and some of them who have interest maybe in going for the stage victory. And De Gendt, of course, we know he's really thinking of the general classification, and he wants to push on, but if he has to do it all alone, well then he's going to definitely pay on the final climb. And at 8th position in the general classification, 540 down, he's not a threat at the moment, because we can see he's only maybe 40 seconds maximum out there in front of the group of big favourites.
Yes, Krunigo has joined up with the Gendt group. That's not Kreuziger. Is that Tirolongo? Getting away from the group. Kreuziger still in that group of large favourites. And more riders making the move here. Sean trying to get away. That's Nieve. Clearly trying to get across to the De Gendt group and make some sort of attacking unit, try and push the pace on a little bit. Scarponi has Damiano Cunego in that group up ahead. But more riders, a bit of looking around going on here, Sean.
Yes, well, we're in the situation now. Who's going to control the group of big favourites? And we can see there Nieve just going in the attack. The other one from Katusha also deciding to try and get across here. And they can see that group of De Gendt up front, and it's an opportunity to try and get across to that and push on. And they know that the riders are going to look at each other, and we can see nobody wants to take up the chase at the moment.
Just the rider getting ahead of the group is Tanel Kangert. Well, he's there as a slingshot, clearly, for Roman Kreuziger. Although Kreuziger did give him a long look when he went. Cheruka is with Nieve. They all want this one, Sean. It is the real mountaintop finish that counts for anybody who's not managed to do anything so far.
Yes, and time is starting to tick out as well. We can see here 3 minutes for our leader on the road, so they're aware of that if they just sit in this group of big favourites and start watching each other, well then the advantage to Zog is going to grow out to maybe 4 minutes, something like that. And when it gets to that point, well then it's a bit too late to start trying closing it down. And we know the riders from Hesjedal, Nieve for example, he feels if he can get into the group, get to the bottom of the climb maybe with 2 or 3 minutes of an advantage over the big favourites, well then there's a possibility of a stage victory.
Carrara is being forced to do all the work here because Cunego is not going to add anything to this fight. Neither is Losada. Cunego has Scarponi behind. Losada has the pink jersey of Joaquim Rodríguez. As far as rights go, not to do any work, Sean, that's about as good as it gets, doesn't it?
Yes, well, if you've got a man up the road, you can always just play that card that, have a man up the road, I'm not going to ride here, and it's always down to the riders who haven't got anybody in the front group. And we see this group of favourites here. It was about 15, 17 riders. I think it's a little bit less now. There's probably 15 riders maximum, although there's a few probably have made it back in here. It's difficult to see who's going to take up the chase, and it looks like Omega Pharma are the ones who want to push on, and it's all about general classification further down as well. Yeah, exactly, because Cataldo is up there, and he wants to conserve his place, and he doesn't want some of the riders maybe just behind him in the general classification to move up. But at the moment, you can see Neve, for example, he's just behind Cataldo, so that's the reason probably they're working. Cataldo at 6.19 and Neve at 6.28, so it's very tight there between those places, 12th and 13th place. And at this stage of the race, the very final days, that's what they start looking at. This team start thinking of their places and their man in the general classification.
Under 40 kilometres to go then now in this stage 20 of the Giro d'Italia, from Caldes Val di Sol to the Passo dello Stelvio, the highest point ever finished at in the Giro d'Italia. So far today, a group of 13 riders went away early on, went over the Passo di Tonali, the Aprica and the Telio. The Tonali, a second category climb with 9 points on offer. Then Aprica and Telio. This is Pozzo Vivo we're seeing on our screen. Looks a little bit distanced and working his way back up through he's had a mechanical. Not a good place to have it. Oh, he went over the Passo della Tonali, the Aprica and the Telio. The Aprica and Telio were 5 points apiece for third category climbs. And the second category, Tonali, who's now got a problem? Is that Caruso? Has a problem now. And it looks like it. Damiano Caruso needing a new bike as well. Oh, Euskaltel car just getting in the way of the progress of Damiano Caruso. He's going to have to try and get back to the group that contains his team leader Ivan Basso. In the breakaway this morning were Bono from Lampre, Serpa from Androni, Kreuziger from Astana again, yesterday's victor, Frank from BMC, Rabottini, the mountains classification leader from Farnese Vini. He started the day on 65 points ahead of Stefano Perazzi on 44. As all the big favourites just slowing the pace down now. And so the battle was on. Rabottini got the maximum points on the first 3 climbs and secured that mountains classification jersey, assuming he finishes, of course. Van der Velde from Garmin Barracuda up there for his team leader. The man in the middle of your shot there. The man most threatening to Joaquim Rodríguez and everybody else. It's Ryder Hesjedal. Losada in the break from Katusha for the team, his team leader and leader of the race, Joaquim Rodríguez. Caruso from Liquid Gas there for Basso. Samalau from Movistar. Clement and Schlachter from Rabobank. It came to nothing, unfortunately. The man trying to chase on desperately here now is Johan Chop. Or has he gone away? Chop was in that little group of favourites. He's got Matthias Frank, I think, helping him now. Clement and Schlachter from Rabobank. Oliver Zorg, who is in your shift. They'll come out of the front of that group. Oliver Zorg was the rider from Radio Shack Nissan in the break, and he's gone up the road by himself. And Matteo Carrara from Vacansoleil. As they got to the third of the climbs today, the fearsome Mortirolo with slopes of 22% in it. It's just detonated because it was all, as Zorg went away from the group, it was all down to what was happening behind with the favourites, just rolling along, no real problems, and then all of a sudden Joaquim Rodríguez goes bang, off he goes. up the road, and it forced a split in the peloton, and all the big favourites, about 15, 16 of them, managed to make that junction. Hesjedal immediately on his wheel, and Scarponi reacting, pulling everybody up alongside. But it's really splitting to pieces now as Cataldo goes on the dig with 40 kilometres to go. This is all falling to pieces, Sean, in terms of a coherent unit. There are people fighting behind. Cataldo is going off after Johan Chop, of course. There's 1 second that separates them, and because Chop has got a man up the road already with Matthias Frank, he's trying to preserve that place. Cataldo started at 12th place, Johan Chop at 11th place, and it comes to this now, Sean. Or, as you were saying, all these riders now looking at each other and seeing what on earth they're going to do.
Yes, and we also see Navy, who's got out of the group here, so all that classification, the top 15 riders, and the big problem is we can see here the group of big favourites, Hesjedal, they've just totally stopped here. They're rolling along at a very slow pace, and we could see the two riders from BMC also getting away, because they know that there's rivalry between the big riders here, and it's the moment to try and get away. And like, we have a huge amount of riders just got out of that group of favourites, and it's going to be an interesting one. The big thing is now how far the groups are behind, and Hesjedal, how long is he going to have to wait? Rodríguez, for example, is their teammates coming up to him, because they need some manpower here to push this one along. As we can see, 5:44 to a leader of the road.
It's getting dangerous. We don't know how far back. We need to look at how far back Gendt is, but he's pushing on, and he's about 5 or so minutes down in the GC. Coming up to the 35 kilometre to go mark, and you could see the group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, including Thomas de Gendt and Mathieu Carrara, who've really pushed the pace along there. They've been joined by Michael Nieve and a teammate as well, and Tanel Kangat hanging on to the back of those two. Both Tiralongo and Kreuziger are behind. So this is the group with Carrara, de Gendt, Koenigo, Losada and Amador. Just right at the back is Jose Sapa. Nieve is almost upon them, Sean. And Michael Nieve starting the day at 6:28. Cataldo is chasing, Johan Chop is chasing. It's the places 12, 13 and 14, 11, 12 and 13 that are fighting for place, and between them there's less than 20 seconds.
Yes, there's a lot of movement there in that general classification. Koenigo also is, there and in a very strong position. So there's quite a number of riders who could do well out of this. But again, we can see there Koenigo at 1:54 on our leader on the road, Zog, and 5:41 back to the main group of big favourites. And we can see that still they haven't been anybody just prepared to commit here, and it's going to be exciting to see how long more will they ride along with this, because this gap is growing out. And we can see this group up front with the Koenigo group with Navy joining up. It's getting bigger, but for the moment it's only the Vacansoleil rider Carrara who is setting the pace.
This is the 1:49 between Chop and the Koenigo group here. 5:38 back to the pink jersey group, so 4 minutes essentially. 3:50 between Koenigo and the pink jersey group. Gosh, this is getting very interesting indeed. De Gendt is the best placed man in the group. They're going to have to be careful. Chop being dragged along by Matthias Frank with Herbert Dupont, Cataldo. These guys are chasing to try and get to that group as well. Very interesting point, and very apposite made by Stage Hopper and Alpine Deep, almost for one after another. The two Sky Boys aren't going to ride either, Sean, because they're not that far down on the GC, but, well, they're not going to ride at the moment, but but there must be in the back of the mind somewhere that if they let these guys go up the road, there's the points jersey at stake as well.
Well, yes, and I don't think the points jersey is what's in their minds. They're thinking of their place in general classification, and surprising they have missed it here, because they could have made a move here and try and get into some of these attacks, getting away. There was an opportunity there to do that. I think they could have tried to slip into a group and get up the road, but unfortunately not. And we can see there, there's so much happening now in between Azog, our leader, on the road, and then we have a number of groups really chasing, and we can see the BMC riders, Frank and Chop, really pushing on as well. So they all have something to gain. Vacansoleil, of course, with the Gendt, they have a real good position here. They could move up in the general classification, and the more time they pull out on this section, well, then that will give them that bit of comfort as we get to the final climb, because they need to get 2.5 minutes on the chasing group of big favourites to hang on and to make any inroads in general classification.
Absolutely. Oliver Zorg looking now as though it's all catching up with him. Well, Macho Carrara has nothing left in the tank. He's gone. As Izagirre was the other rider with the chasing group. Amador, there we are. Izagirre, Tanil Kanga, De Gendt, Cunego. De Gendt is the best placed man in this chasing group behind Oliver Zorg. De Gendt 5 minutes and 40 back. And Sean, they've got 4 minutes nearly already. It's being held at the moment, but Christian van der Velde has been clearly called back here, because there's nobody in that group of favourites still for, well, at the moment anyway, for the general classification man, Ryder Hesjedal. We don't know, Peter Stettner may make it back to that group because they're going super slow. But the gap is still increasing, Sean.
Yes, it is increasing, and we can see they're not getting organised. The question is, Garmin, Barracuda, we had Van der Velde. Where is he?
We've just seen him come back behind the Cataldo group.
Yes,
there.
but he's taking a long time to come back. I would say, the best thing to do is stop him on the road, just put him to a stop and make him wait until that group of big favourites come along and start working, because for Hesjedal is getting a situation now where we could see this group growing massively, and some of the guys up here, Neve for example, I know he's at 6 minutes, but still, who's going to do the chase on the final climb? If you have to start working on the front of the bunch, the beginning of the final climb of the day, 22 kilometres, it's much too early. You're going to maybe pay later on.
But you see that there's the group in between trying to get across to the De Gendt group with Cataldo and Chop in here. Dupont is also there. But when you look back at the big favourites group, Sean, it looks like Scarpone's got 2 men there now. It looks like Basso's got 2 men there as well. Hesjedal's got a man on the front as well now, so they can now maybe start all working together. Brave move, good move, clever move by Thomas De Gendt, whether he'll, and some of the others, Nieve. Will they actually be able to pull anything out here? Nieve is got his man Izagirre on the front. Cunego's going to do absolutely nothing, because Scarpone is third in the GC and is behind him, so he's just going to take the ride here. But it was all detonated by Thomas De Gendt, who's attacked just over the top of the climb. Macho Carrara's done a very good job today, Sean, because he couldn't stay with him right over the top, gave him a bit of a shove, sent him on his way, and when he got over the top, then he started to regain contact.
Yes, and actually was caught by the main group of big favourites, and Matteo Carrara just pushed it on the descent, went across to Thomas De Gendt again, and just pushed on, and he's after doing a huge amount of work, and he certainly was real valuable to Thomas De Gendt. But we can see out in front at the moment, this group of Cunego, De Gendt, they are really eating into the advantage of our leader on the road, Zog. 42 seconds only, and that's where it's real difficult on your own in the valley here. It's a real killer, and Zog have really paid the price here. He has lost a huge amount of time. as the group just got bigger of Cunego. We see there, you know, they've been joined up by the 2 Escalate riders as well, and it's, you know, only a number of kilometres before he's going to be pulled back in.
Nasty rough surface. That's Matthias Frank, who has gone. Johan Schopp is now leading the charge, and Van der Velde, Stettner, both together sitting on the front, working for Ryder Hesjedal. I've got fingers crossed for the young Canadian Sean, but he did look a little under pressure on the Mortirolo, and he's going to have to work very hard to try and cut down the gap now. The gap is 4 minutes, and everybody's going to let him do it. I think the pink jersey's not too worried at the moment. They're going to let him do it.
Well, I don't think the situation he's in now, he must be pretty okay, because we can see there out to the leader on the road is 4:45, a fraction under, and he has 2 men to do the pace setting, so that gap will stabilise and come down a bit. So, you know, for Hesjedal it's not a problem. When we get to the final climb, I think there will be action on that anyway, and if he can just keep the situation as is at the moment, I think it's under control. It was looking dangerous there, because finding himself with nobody, and Van der Velde was the one I was wondering how he took so long to come back. Stettida, he also came up from behind, so he had one coming in from behind and one from the front, and I think for Garmin, you know, the situation is under control at the moment, but it's all down to the final climb, because the big favourites are going to be Attacks and Pozzoviva. You know, how long will he stay in the bunch? Because now he's a long ways back for stage victory. It's going to be a difficult one unless he attacking the earlier slopes of the climb.
Maybe Dirk de Mol saying just keep it rolling until these guys come up, because they've got so much to play for, some of these men in here, that if you can hang in this group and you've still got some energy left, you're clearly climbing better than most of them. Wait, then go for the victory a little later on if you can, if you have it in you. So maybe that's a tactic to bring Oliver Zorg, or let him just ease up a little bit if he's suffering a little bit by himself, and attack onto the back of this group or within this group and start recovering, and then see what he can do on the last climb of the day. Nothing to lose. They've got nothing at all to lose. They might as well think about it. Nieve and Izagirre are pushing on. Gendt getting a little bit of a break, which is good. Here's Matteo Carrara did an awful lot of work, and now it's Euskaltel taking up the challenge here. Gendt now comes to the front to do some. Daniel Kangert's going to do nothing behind, and neither's Cunego. Kangert has Kreuziger and Tirolongo both want to go for stage victory. Kreuziger certainly has been in the break once already today. Will he be able to get on? So this is the thing. Here he goes. It's shifting. Cunego's going to do nothing at all, because Scarponi is in there. Amador's got into this break well, and the team classification is what Movistar are playing for, and a victory, of course, on the stage if they can. 30 kilometres to go. Well, of course, it's if Ryder Hesjedal's got 2 men on the front, Sean, and they're committed, they're still going to ride hard, which leaves a little bit more freedom for the other favourites in the race to follow. How much psychological pressure will Hesjedal feel under here?
Well, I think he should not be under pressure, because he's not going to have to do the riding. It's his teammates, and if they can get him to the bottom of the climb, the position they're in at the moment, I think they have it pretty much under control. For Hesjedal, then it's a situation who is going to do the riding on the climb itself, and the attacks, you have to be, you know, able to follow the attacks, and if he's got the legs as he had yesterday, he should not have a problem. But this is, you know, a real killer of a climb. 22 kilometres, the altitude over 2,700 metres at the summit, and you know, you can be open to start to suffer when you get up to that 2,000 plus of an altitude, and a lot of riders have difficulty, and you know, when you have to go another 700 metres, we could see some of the guys that looked so good yesterday, they could have difficulty today.
The final 22 kilometers of this race are all uphill. The Passo di Stelvio, the highest finish ever in the Giro d'Italia, the place where the Cima Coppi is, the prize that celebrates the great Fausto Coppi, Campionissimo as they still call him. And Oliver Zorg is back in this little group here, and a brave move by De Gendt, Nieve, especially to try and get away here and put some time into the general classifications. They've got nothing to lose, but the men benefiting at the moment from not having to do anything are Damiano Cunego and Tanel Canget. 28 kilometres to go. The gap is coming down, Sean, with the riding of Ryder Hesjedal's Garmin Barracuda squad. Peter Stettner and Christian van der Velde on the front doing the shutdown job.
Yes, and of course Stettner, Van der Velde, two real good, strong, powerful riders, and you know, they can keep this under control, take the advantage of our group out in front, our 7 leaders. Take that advantage down quite a bit before we get to the climb. Still 27.8 kilometres to go, so a number of kilometres more. And how long will they be able to continue on the climb? They might be able to do a number of kilometres, and if that is the case, well, then they will rectify the situation. And for Van der Velde, he's in a position where, you know, it's all up to himself from there on in this final climb of the day. When the big favourites start to attacking, this group will just disintegrate immediately. If we have a Pozzo Vivo who go in the attack and some of the other favourites want to follow, this group will just blow to pieces immediately.
30 kilometres to go for the group of main favourites, with Ryder Hesjedal sitting in second there, with Christian van der Velde working on the front. So Peter Stettner has done all he can now. Van der Velde was in the breakaway. Initially they'd have expected him to be, or hoped for him to be joined up with a little bit further on and give his all, but he's doing a grand job. Called back from the breakaway. Izagirre, winner of a stage, piles in, and this is Jose Serpa. 5 for him. Spends a lot of time in breaks, Sean, but he hasn't really made a breakthrough win in a big tour yet.
No, and when you look at the breakaway he was in today, you know, he should be able to stay up there with this group of Cunego and De Gendt, but not able to follow, I think, just running out of power and running out of power much too early.
Yep. 26.5 kilometres. Oh, the countdown is interminable. Ouch. That's where they're heading. Izagirre is doing a good job. It's fairly evenly matched at the moment, Sean, between Van der Velde and Izagirre, although Nieve is adding some firepower, as is De Gendt. They've all got a vested interest in this. Piling on the pressure. Izagirre coming along. They're working quite well together here, but Cangert's going to do nothing. 3 against 1 at the moment, Sean.
Yes, and we can see Cunego also just sitting here, and the guys who do the riding here, it's going to be difficult for them. De Gendt pushing on there, and of course Neve, the ones who want to do something on the stage itself. If you have to ride at this point, well, you need to be real strong to hang in there all the way up this final climb.
The leading group on the road is at Val di Sotto. 25.5 kilometres to go. They have a gap of 3 minutes and 43 on this group here, the pink jersey group. And at the moment it is Garmin Barracuda who are doing the chase work, and they're almost upon this group that tried to get away. Dario Cataldo, Herbert Dupont, Johan Chop in this group, Serge Pauls, and the hard-working Matteo Carrara. up ahead. Nieve and De Gendt are the best placed man on the attack. Riding the coattails of that, because he has nothing to do, is Damiano Cunego. Scarponi in this pink jersey group here, and so Cunego needs to do absolutely nothing. De Gendt, just noticed in that front group, he did a turn on the front and then he dropped almost all the way to the back, thinking, got to conserve some energy, got to let somebody else do the work. And it seems to be that Izagirre and Nieve will continue on the way. So De Gendt saving a little bit of his power, Sean, by just dropping back into the group, right towards the back, and is taking his time and working his way back up again.
Yes, and well, for De Gendt, if you continue on working on the front of this group, really pushing it on, you guarantee to suffer on the climb. 22 kilometres. Stelvio, it's the real killer, and Neve is the one which is surprising me. He seems to be pushing on big time. Izagirre, I'd understand he can ride because he is just up there to do a job and get him to the bottom of this climb with as much time advantage as possible. Cunego is just getting a free ride here, and he's been tied along, and he's definitely going to try something on the final climb. But the advantage, as we see, 3:49 at the moment, I'm not sure if it will be enough unless the big favourites start to really look at each other and nobody want to take the chase in the first 6 or 8 kilometres of the climb. Then they might be able to hold on to that 3:50, which will be 3.5 minutes when we start the climb. They need to hold on to that 10-12 kilometres before the finish, otherwise it's going to come down real quickly. And is there somebody going to attack in the very earlier parts of this long climb to the Stelvio, 22 kilometres?
It's going to all come down to this climb on the Stelvio. This man here, Ryder Hesjedal, who's looked incredibly strong all the way through, getting some food on board, needs to keep a wary eye on Thomas De Gendt. We must not forget that De Gendt is a good time trialist, and he will push Ryder Hesjedal quite hard. The time trial is only over 30 kilometres, Sean, but De Gendt can race against the clock, unlike Nieve here, who's not anywhere near as good a time trialist. I would say De Gendt is probably better than Scarponi, better than Basso, certainly better than Rodríguez, and is closest to Hesjedal of the people who are up here in time trialing ability.
Well, he can do some good time trials. He can also do some disappointing ones. At the end of a 3-week tour, it's all about how much you have left in the tank. And
sure,
De Gendt seems to be the one who is very aggressive, because going out in the attack here, such a long ways from the finish, it's a big risk to take. And when you have to ride like he's been riding there in that group, if you're in a group of 10 or 12 guys and you can sit on the rear like Cunego is doing, perfect situation, you get to the bottom of the climb that bit fresher. But De Gendt has been putting in a big effort, and I don't think with the time advantage at the moment, just over the 3:50 back to the group of big favourites. I think for De Gendt, the possibility of move up in the general classification, that is possible, but for the overall victory, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, because on the final climb, I can't see him doing anything but lose time to the big favourites and to Hesjedal and to all the other favourites as well.
In the time trial, do you think? I mean, against Rodríguez, do you think he's going to be a worse time trial than Rodríguez tomorrow?
Well, that's where he is. In the other places, he can move up in the general classification, but for the overall win, he's too far off in the general at the moment. That's 5:40, but he can make good inroads to the general classification and move up quite a bit from the place he's in at the moment of 8th place. He can certainly do better on that.
This is what they say for virtual standings. If it finished right now, Thomas De Gendt would have moved himself up to within 1:46 of Rodríguez. 3:56 is almost the 4-minute mark for these men up here. And they are almost upon the climb itself. Well, they are at the start of it. So, fasten your seatbelts. If you haven't made a cup of tea, it's too late. There will be no tea time now. For the next 22.5 kilometres, you are here and nowhere else. Forget the football or anything else, rugby, whatever else you've been watching, cricket, forget it. This is where it's at. It's the Giro d'Italia. 4 minutes is the advantage that these men have here. Izagirre and Nieve of Euskaltel, Thomas de Gendt of Vacansoleil, Cunego just riding along happily for the Lamprey squad. Oliver Zorg, who was out there for quite a while, has linked up with them, and they're just wheeling along and pulling out a gap over all the big favourites who let them go. They almost came to a standstill, and Hesjedal looks under the cosh to me. He does not look happy. He didn't look happy on the Mortirolo. I just get that feeling. I may be completely wrong, but he just looks a little bit under pressure here. Gadre up in this group. He's got 2 men with him as well. Moreno with his pink jersey wearing team leader Joaquim Rodríguez, and Basso is a little bit further back, as is Scarponi. Yes indeed, lots of people saying, what if I need to have a pee? Do it like a bike rider, hang off the side of the sofa. Four minutes, and they're on the Passo di Stelvio. Sean, I get a nasty feeling for Ryder Hesjedal here. He doesn't look comfortable to me at all.
Well, if he's not comfortable at the moment, we will see him in difficulty on this climb. But again, how comfortable are the other favourites?
Well, exactly, but
I think Rodríguez was the one who, showed good signs on the other big climb of the day, the Mortirolo, and he, just put in a few testers of attacks there. Again, if he is feeling like that, he will try something on this climb, because he has to do it, race leader at the moment, but with Hesjedal at 17 seconds, and we've talked about this, the time trial tomorrow, that's where he suffers big time, and he needs to take a lot of time out of Hesjedal. And if he sees the opportunity that Hesjedal is in difficulty, starting to suffer, Rodríguez, well, there's nothing to do, only attack and just go for it. And who else will attack out of this group? Pozzovivo, what will he do? Will he attack and try and get across to this leading group of 7 riders? Under 4 minutes at the moment. It is possible, because 22 kilometres, I think he's capable of closing that down on this climb. If he's capable of going early, if he's got the power, if he feels good enough to attack very early on this Stelvio.
2 men for Astana, who've been the main protagonists for the team. Roman Kreuziger, yesterday's stage winner, then stage 7 winner Paolo Tiralongo. They're both in this group, and the gap is not coming down at the moment. 20 kilometres to go, and we're on this long drag up the Stelvio. Now Nieve and de Gendt will have to work together. There'll have to be some alliance here, Sean. They'll know they have to work together instinctively. And it's just going to be those 2, really. And the rest is just going to sit there.
Yes, as they have been doing. It's not going to change now on the climb. It will not change in the 4th kilometres. If Nieve and again keeps a good pace, I can't see the other ones attacking. But again, will Cunego, will he start to panic? He'll know that's around the 4 minutes of advantage. He will be making the calculation. If he's feeling good, and if he's not feeling good now, he's not going to ever feel good, because he's got towed along in this valley for 20 plus kilometres, and that is a huge advantage. If you haven't got to do the pulling on the front, you can sit in the slipstream, you conserve a lot of energy there.
Peter Stedner is absolutely burying himself here, and Van der Velde can sense it. He needs to keep the pace high. And moves around the outside, I think, of Stedner, just as our shot cuts to the leading riders here. Andre Amador, Nieve, Tanel Kanga, the Estonian rider, and Damiano Cunego. Here's Ryder Hesjedal. Oh, Oh, the pace is relentlessly high. They've cut down another 10 seconds here. Kreuziger looking good again today. Stettner's done what he can, I think. There's not much more he can do now. Needs to get some fluids on board. Clearly Alan Piper will have been saying something like, well, you know, if you think you can get back up there, do some more, but I don't think that's going to be the case anymore, Sean, for Peter Stettner. I think he's done everything he can.
Well, unless they need some fresh drinks for their main man, Hesjedal. If that is the case, well, then it's possible that he's going to do that. Because we're getting to the point now where it's going to be very difficult. The car will not be allowed, but I think we should see some of the team members giving up bottles on the earlier slopes of the climb.
Lì ci sono scritte le più belle pagine del ciclismo, soprattutto del Giro d'Italia.
Valerio Piva saying that Stelvio is one of the legendary places, one of the greatest places in Giro history. So, you know, to finish the Stelvio is a dream.
Sono direttore sportivo, avere la maglia rosa sulle spalle.
At least to get there in pink, it's a dream for every athlete. But as long as I can see the pink jersey on Joaquim's shoulders, I think is what he said, it's good enough for me. There is Joaquim Rodríguez. Saved himself very well yesterday, Sean, and managed to nip around the outside of Michele Scarponi as beginning to slip a little here, Juan Antonio Fletcher. 3:47. That gap is not coming down a tremendous amount, Sean.
No, it's not coming down a big amount, but again, do they really need to push it down before the climb itself? Maybe it's a calculation. Just keep on riding at a good pace, but be sure that you can get to the bottom of the climb with your leader. And probably from Garmin, Van der Velde probably, you know, asked to make sure that you just do not give it too much, because the advantage and the calculation they'll be making, 3:45 at the moment, that's okay. We can, you know, afford to allow the group out in front have that starting the Stelvio climb, but you need to be able to get our man into the earlier kilometres of the climb, and so I reckon it's a calculation at the moment.
3:45 is the gap at the moment, 18.5 kilometres to go. They're on the Stelvio. This climb is very steep towards the top, Sean, but it's all about the distance, this one, and the altitude. We go up to 2,757 feet. 20 kilometres to go for the group of the pink jersey and Ryder Hesjedal. Sitting behind Christian van der Velde here. Thomas de Gendt is up the road. He started the morning at 5 minutes and 40 seconds down. So far, he's 3:40 up. So he'll go within 2 minutes of the pink jersey if it were to stop now. Good riding by de Gendt and Nieve, of course, who's in this front group. But this one is all about this I mean, they're going super fast on here, Sean. They really are. But it'll get harder and harder and harder to breathe.
Yes, and we're just in the very earlier slopes of the climb, and you know the gradient, it just starts to build up gradually. It picks up a bit at points, but it's really when you get to the the top of the climb, that's where it's real steep, and they're doing a good job at the moment. Keep the pace quite high, and that suits Garmin and the other big favourites. They're not going to attack at this point. They're going to wait, until the final 10-12 kilometres. I think that is the point where we could see them starting to up their game.
Well, Van der Velde, what is the tactic? I mean, they're trying to obviously limit the gap, Sean. At what point does Ryder Hesjedal look around at all the other guys and say, especially Joaquim Rodríguez, and say, come on guys, you're under threat too?
Well, I think as long as Van der Velde can continue making the pace, they're just going to leave it at that. And we can see Van der Velde there, he isn't giving you the 100%, and he just wants to last as long as possible here. And It's been interesting now to see how long can he get up this climb with all the big favourites in his wheel. Certainly there's they need him there as long as possible, because the moment he comes off the front, well, then you're very open to an attack from the likes of Pozzovivo. Slows down a bit, or some of the other riders, they could start attacking, and I don't think Hesjedal like that sudden attacking a lot of it. He is able to match it, but again, he just a steady pace is the best way to get up this very, very long one.
And he's doing a very good job, Christian van der Velde. Look, he's taken out nearly 20 seconds now from that lead of the Nieve and De Gendt group. Well, the rest of the favourites will be pleased about that as well. Gap is beginning to come down. That's where we're headed up to at the top, the very top box on your screen. The Passo di Stelvio. And 3 minutes and 35 seconds is now the gap between Thomas De Gendt and Michael Nieve. Cunego is also in that group as well. He's just taking the ride at the moment. And it won't be until much further up the slope, assuming that nobody bridges the gap or the gap doesn't come down any further short. It will be much further up before Amador and well, I was going to say Gendt, it's not going to happen, but Amador, for example, takes a bit more of a lead and starts working hard with them to keep the gap going.
Yes, and I think Amador, I'd be surprised if he hangs in very long here. He's been out there for quite a bit as well. It's a difficult situation as it comes down to 3 minutes 30 at the moment, and Cunego, we could see him maybe having difficulty waiting that long, because with the group coming up you need to try and push on, and if it's not going fast enough for him in the front group, well, then he will have to attack. If he's thinking of stage victory with the bunch of big favourites closing down to 3:30, well, then it's not.
Thomas De Gendt is pushing on and Nieve is trying to go with him, but back in the group of favourites, Sean, did you notice Van der Velde no longer on the front by the look of it? It looks like Ryder Hesjedal's by himself.
Yes, well, I'm not surprised that he's peeling off the front, because he's been riding in the valley for a long time, and now it's going to be interesting to see what will happen in the main peloton of favourites, as we see Cunego starting to suffer, which is surprising considering he has got a very easy ride into the climb here, but doesn't look like that he's got the legs today.
He's back on again. Maybe it was just the shot that we got, just a shot of Hesjedal's head there rather than anything else. Oh, Cunego fighting to maintain some sort of contact, and De Gendt and Nieve continue on their way. Amador, as you suggested, Sean, goes pop. Still the gap is coming down a little bit. Terrific job being done by Christian van der Velde. It's the pink jersey of Joaquim Rodríguez sitting behind Michele Scarponi. Fabio Fellin in your shot. Gosh, he looks almost completely dead-eyed, doesn't he? Totally out of it. What will be the discussions here, Sean, at some point? There's a little look from De Gendt saying, are you going to come through and do some work? And just a little bit of took some time to react to that, Michael Nieve, but they do need to continue working together.
Well,
if they can.
Yes, they have to continue working together, but they are the ones who's been doing it for a long time, and they've got Cunego in difficulty, and that will give him a little bit of a morale boost, because he's the one who's been sitting on, as I said, so you would be a little bit concerned that he might start attacking you when you get to the 15 kilometres to go mark, but when he gets into difficulty on the earlier slopes, there's not a lot of tactic to decide up here between Gendt and Nieve. They just have to keep on sharing the pace setting, keep on working at it, as strong as possible and see can they hold on and to this advantage of 3:20 at the moment, and it will slow down when Van der Velde will eventually peel off the front. There could be a moment where the favourites start looking at each other and this gap maybe could grow out a little bit more, and that's what our two leaders will be hoping, because coming down to 3 minutes at the moment, it's going to be very difficult to see them holding on.
Yep, it is now. What a terrific job has been done by Christian Van der Velde. I mean, he's just been on there for kilometre after kilometre now, Sean, and it's one man against two, essentially. And he has done a wonderful job. He's taken out for 35 seconds or more on these leading two, Gendt and Nieve. Izagirre gets taken back. There is Pozzovivo. Just have a quick look at the profile. This is what they've been over today. The Passo di Tonale, the Aprica, Telio, Mortirolo and Passo dello Stelvio. On the Tonale, Aprica and Telio, it was Matteo Rabottini who took the maximum points and did a very good job to get in the breakaway today for the Mountains classification jersey. Taking the fight away, or to snuffing out, shall we say, the flame of Stefano Perazzi, who didn't make it to the break today. Sandy Cassar yesterday's breakaway companion with Perazzi, most dischuffed with his behaviour, turning to him and saying, "This isn't a small race in Italy, you know, this is the Giro. I think you're playing at." But anyway, in the end, neither of them won the stage. 3:32, the gap is going out a little bit again, Sean.
Yes, and I think Van der Velde is just starting to slow it a little bit, and again, it's not a problem for them if he can just keep on riding, and if there's a little bit slow down the pace, that's not the main problem for the moment. Just keep on working as we come to the 15 kilometres to go. If he can continue on for another number of kilometres, well, then he'll be after doing an unbelievable job here.
Absolutely incredible job by Christian Van der Velde, and the riders being whittled down little by little by little. This is the suffering Damiano Cunego. In the standings at 6 minutes and 9 seconds, just going to have to ride his own pace here. 3:35 with 15 kilometres to go. It's Thomas de Gendt, who started the day at 5 minutes and 40 seconds, who's slightly unexpectedly, I should think, Sean, well, certainly for us here in the commentary boat, animated today's stage. He attacked just before the summit of the Mortirolo, and Matteo Carrara was ahead up the road, gave him as much help as he could getting to the summit, and then rejoined him on the descent, and he did work very hard to pull out the gap, Sean, on the valley. Did a very good job of it.
Yes, he did a real strong ride, and de Gendt is the one who's been out there all the valley, and of course we see Neve, he came up a bit later with another group, so not being out there as long, and but still has been in that group, and it was 6 or 7 riders. Neve also was doing a lot of the pushing along, and both of them are doing a real strong ride. Neve, of course, we'd know him for his climbing ability. He would be, for me, the better climber, but de Gendt, he is just unbelievable shape in this race, the way he's performing, and again today going out a long ways out and having a go, and still looking very strong at the moment, and the advantage, as you can see, 3:55, so it's growing out a bit.
Is Van der Velde gone? No, he's still there.
It will be interesting to see how the reaction will be when we will lose this man Van der Velde off the front of the group. If there's a time where the favourites do not start riding, well then this gap could go out to maybe 5 minutes, and in that case, as we get under 15 kilometres to go for our two leaders, is looking quite interesting at the moment.
Over 4 minutes, the gap has spun out again. Van der Velde was doing a fabulous job, and it has slowly disappeared again. Now Roman Kreuziger, yesterday's winner, slips to the back of this main favourites group. 14.5 kilometres to go. It's around the 4-minute mark, the gap now. And Van der Velde has been riding for kilometre after kilometre after kilometre, looking after Ryder Hesjedal. And still the main favourite sits behind. Basso is shepherded by Damiano Caruso, who's again doing another fabulous ride. Rigoberto Urán and Sergio Enyo still sitting in here. Another wonderful ride by the two men from Sky. Scarponi by himself. Kroenegaard is up the road, but I'm not sure he's going to be any help for him if he ever gets there. 3:52. Tempo by Van der Velde. Little grit of the teeth. And these are our two men leading on the road at the moment. Thomas de Gendt and Mikel Nieve. And clawing his way back up with about 7 seconds of a gap now is Damiano Kroenegaard. Joaquim Rodríguez, he's looked in this sort of relaxed, not so relaxed, but just easy, not so worried state for the last 2 or 3 times we've seen him in the mountains. But what is going through your mind, Sean, do you think, if you're in the pink jersey? Well, you've been in leaders' jerseys in Grand Tours. You've won one of them. Tell us, what goes through your mind when you see something like this happening up the road?
Well, you just said to yourself, this is going to be a real difficult one. There's going to be a lot of pain dished out, but everybody is going to get some of that. And you just say to yourself, everybody else must be suffering as well. If you are suffering a bit, and everybody have to be suffering here after what we've been over today and 3 weeks on the road. There's a certain amount of pain that everybody is in here, and you just say to yourself, well, they are no better than me, and you just keep on, convincing yourself that. And every bit you get further up the climb, well, then it's an advantage. That you're getting closer to the finish. But again, from experience, the feeling, sometimes you have a great feeling. You're sitting here in this group and you're totally, you're relaxed, you're under no pressure at all. Other times you can feel it a bit, it's hurting that bit more. And when that is the case, well, then you're a little bit concerned, but you just try and say to yourself, the other ones are also have to be suffering. They've been on the road for 3 weeks also.
It's pretty much even Stevens, isn't it, here, Sean? Because this does ramp the Stelvio. It just gets a bit of a steeper pitch, then evens out. Steeper pitch, evens out a little bit. And we can see this gap growing out to closer to 4 minutes, then contracting and growing out. And that really is just an indication of the way that the topography is working at that time. They're pretty much evenly paced.
Yes, and we can see, I think our two leaders up front, they may be slowing a little bit because Kroenegaard, he was losing contact 3 kilometres ago, and now he's just coming back, so maybe our two leaders are starting to tire. And I'm not surprised because Neve have been riding a long time in the valley, and Thomas de Gendt, they really rode full on in the valley, and you're going to pay for that at a certain time on this climb, a 22 kilometre climb. I think it's starting to hit our two leaders, and Kroenegaard is clawing his way back in, and the bunch still, that's advantage. It's 3:45 as we get to the 13 kilometres to go, and nobody wanting to go in the attack out of the peloton, and that tells me that they're all happy with the pace being set by Van der Velde for the moment.
Thomas de Gendt really hit the screens, our screens, all you viewers at home, in the Tour of Britain a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. It was a terrific performance there, and then went to Paris-Nice last year, Sean, with a terrific run of form. And we thought, well, how good is this guy after all? And again this year in Paris-Nice, he wasn't right up there challenging at the very top, but he won a magnificent lone stage across the mountains as well, so we knew he can climb. But this Giro has put him in a different league.
Yes, and we knew he could climb the stages he had won, and the breaks, the solo breakaways, or a group of 5-6 riders. He has been able to do that in the races, and unbelievably powerful to stay on out for plus 200 kilometres. And in Paris-Nice won a magnificent stage into Nice this year over very difficult terrain. But in a Tour of Italy is a total different menu altogether.
Absolutely.
The big mountains, and he has really surprised me the way he's getting through. We did see him after 10 days of racing, but I said when he gets to the big mountains he will start paying a little bit in the real high ones where they go for 15-20 kilometres. But not at all. He's just getting real strong and just riding the race of his life.
Certainly is. He dispatched Rein Taramai, the Estonian, in that solo win. And he's gone. Is he gone? He's gone. Thomas de Gendt has gone from the other two. I mean, not gone backwards, gone forwards. Attack of Thomas de Gendt against the rest. He knows that the gap has to go out a little bit further, and Nieve doesn't have it. Wow. Oh, there'll be all sorts of talk when they get back to Belgium. It'll be, is this the new cannibal? De Gendt goes on the attack, and the director sportives will have seen that on their television sets in the cars and gone, you know what, he's just done it again. Started the day at 5 minutes and 40 seconds down, and at the moment he's dishing out the pain, and the favourites, I'm not sure they know quite what to do, because Ryder Hesjedal is still following Christian van der Velde here. Tomorrow's time trial in Milan, only over 30 kilometres, but De Gendt is good. I'm not sure I quite agree with Sean about his ability to just go up in the general classification a bit. I don't think he's after that. I think he's after the win here, and if he can go for the whole thing, he will. Difficult to see him taking 140 if he's got 4 minutes at the top. Difficult to see him taking 140 out of Hesjedal, but even so, or anybody else for that matter. Rodríguez is the pink jersey wearer. Mustn't forget that. He's still the man to beat here. .347. Van der Velde just doing a magnificent job. It's a very, very skilled job, just pegging that gap back, riding at a good tempo so you don't destroy, if you've got the legs, you don't destroy your team leader. Krunego's got to try and do it all over again. Having got back to Nieve and De Gendt, he's going to go and do it all over again, Sean.
Well, we can see Krunego. He's just on his limit there on the climb, and the moment that anybody ups the pace a little bit, he just loses contact once again. And
getting closer to the 4 minute mark again. Sean's still fairly stable, but De Gendt, I think, realising that Nieve was under tiny bit of pressure there to keeping the pace, and he's just had to go for it himself.
Well, if you're feeling still feeling good, and when you look at the situation, coming to 11 kilometres to go, 4 minutes in advantage, you have to keep it going, give it your 100% at this point. But depending on how you're feeling, if you're still feeling good, you still have a lot of energy left, well then you can go at this point. But if you're really starting to suffer, as Krunego is, he's been suffering for a long time on this climb, and the moment somebody accelerates on the climb, as De Gendt has just have done, he could react, and do that for maybe a kilometre, but then he would totally blow up and start to lose ground big time. So he's walking away at his own pace, and he's been doing that for quite a lot of kilometres on this climb. He started to do it immediately the very minute Nieve and De Gendt started to push on a bit more. It'll be interesting to see again De Gendt, is he powerful enough to keep on this pace he's working at, or will he have trouble as we get, inside the final 10 kilometres, and that final couple of kilometres, gets more difficult, and at 4 minutes he's there's nothing sure at the moment that he can hold on out there at all.
No. Nobody's underestimating the abilities of Thomas de Gendt. We know how good he is against opposition on climbs. Just look at his Alpe d'Huez performances last year in the Tour, and we know he can time trial, but he is at a different level here. Certainly in the Tour he was not challenging for the top spots overall in the GC, and here he is. He's been right up there and consistent all the way through, and that's a big step up for this man here. But he has made some very big fans around the world. He is an attacking rider, and he's not scared of it, Sean, at all.
He's certainly not scared of it, and he just goes in these big long breakaways, and again he's proved today. He attacked on the just on the final kilometre of the Mortirolo, and when you look at the distance, 59 kilometres to the finish, a lot of guys will be making the calculation. In the valley there was a good 20 kilometres to ride there, and that's where everybody's a little bit afraid of, because if you do that, you can really pay dearly on the final climb of the day when it's a long one as well, 22 kilometres. But again, he doesn't seem to make that calculation at all. He just goes. If he has the feeling that he can attack, off he goes, and he's done exactly the same thing today, but a bit of a difference here. He's up in the general classification. He's riding against the big favourites, the big names in this Giro, but he's still putting in a real strong performance, and continuing on here as he coming to the 10 kilometres to go, still over 4 minutes.
Well, pulling out a lot over 4 minutes. Look, he's moved up to within on the virtual classifications as it is at the moment. 1 minute and 30 seconds back is where he would be if the race stopped right at this minute. It's a magnificent ride. Magnificent ride. Rodríguez. I just wonder what he's thinking now. When is somebody going to make a move? Because the gap is spinning out too much now. Too much. 4:24. At what point, Sean, in your estimation, on the clock there, do some of those big favourites say we can't wait around anymore? If they've got anything in the legs, they might not have anything at all. But if they've got anything left and they feel they could push a little harder, at what point on that clock do they think it's not enough? We have to go harder now.
Well, I think if you look at the general classification and down to Rigoberto Urán at 1:45 and 5:40, so you have almost 4 minutes there, and I don't think they are going to panic about that. And when you make the calculation as well, still outside the 10 kilometres to go, the Gendt has to start losing time as we go further up this one, and the moment that there's an attack out of the group, if it's at 4 or 5 kilometres from the finish, I think his advantage will come down very quickly. And the guys who are getting concerned are, for example, maybe Pozzovivo, for example, but he feels that he can do it also. Gadre, is a little bit ahead of Thomas de Gendt. He would probably say, well, he's going to be a danger. But again, I think they will make the calculation that, he is going to lose quite a lot of time here in the final kilometres of this one, because...
What about Basso and Scarponi? They are seriously under threat, certainly for tomorrow.
No, I don't think at the moment. If you make the calculation at the moment, it's going to come down another minute and a half at least, if not 2 minutes. So then it puts, Gendt at 3 minutes behind them, and I think Basso, won't be too concerned about Gendt. And we must remember the effort he's making here today, that the marks of that will hit him tomorrow. It has to, because he's been out there, as I said, attacking at the top of the Mortirolo and doing this 59 kilometres in the valley, and he's been riding a lot in the valley as well. It's not as if he got carried along in a group and then just take off at the bottom of the climb. So when you make that calculation, I don't think there's any panic of the men up there in the general classification, the Scaponis, the Bassos, for example, or down to Roberto Urán. He's still quite comfortable, I think, and the directors will be making that calculation back in the car. You can chalk that down, and they will be giving the orders to those riders, saying, well, De Gendt is going to lose another 2 minutes at least.
Well, you at home can judge against Sean's expert opinion. 5th in last year's Alpe d'Huez stage in the Tour de France, 3rd in the time trial the following day. Thomas de Gendt also won a stage in Tour de Suisse, if you remember, last year. And a stage in Paris-Nice. So he's had a good number of victories. And a terrific solo win in Paris-Nice this year, if you remember. From Sisteron to Nice. So tell us what you think at Spokesmen with under 10 kilometers to go. The gap approaching 5 minutes. And all the big favourites are now beginning to chew handlebar tape. Can get, and still Van der Velde does as much as he can do on the front and beginning to really crack some of there's some big legs here now, Sean.
Guaranteed there's some with big legs, and we can see the ones hanging very much to the rear, and in the big favourites, who are the ones who are suffering? That is the question. Are they playing the waiting game for the moment, because they're still just around the 10 kilometres for the main bunch, just inside the 10 kilometres to go. And if I was in there in a situation in the top 5 of general classification, I'd not be panicking at the moment. The situation we're in. If you're feeling good and you can make a calculation, I'll attack at 5, 4, 6 kilometres from the finish, well, then you're going to take the advantage of a lead on the road down a lot. And you have to be careful as well that if you attack too early and some of the other riders start attacking a bit later, so you always try and wait and not to go too early and get caught out in that way.
That's the ribbon, the snaking ribbon of road that our riders are plugging their way up. Thomas de Gendt all by himself at the moment. I think, Sean, would be possible to, as you might say, chalk it down to a win in the stage for Thomas de Gendt, which would certainly be wonderful for Vacansoleil, as long as he doesn't completely collapse. But he would get the Cima Coppi prize at the top.
Well, he sure deserves a stage victory after taking the race by the scruff of the neck and going from a long way out. When you consider the place in general classification, he could have just played the waiting game, stay with the big favourites, and he's 8th place, and hoping maybe that some of the other riders might have a bit of difficulty. A Gadret, for example, move up in that way in the general classification, but no, that is the style of racing of Thomas de Gendt. Just go out there, go in the attack, aggressive racing, and at the least he deserves out at this day. He should a stage victory.
Van der Velde still chasing. This is the gap. Was getting close to 5 minutes. To Gendt all by himself. It's a good job he likes riding by himself, isn't it? Some riders are very good at just gritting their teeth and getting on with it in lone attacks. Some riders prefer people with them. De Gendt is one of those that doesn't mind going on the attack by himself. This is a truly proper Grand Tour finale, with a man who wants to take the fight to others going off by himself in true Merckxian style. He's gone with a long way to go on the most fearsome climb you could possibly imagine. And he's got the 5-minute mark, Sean. Look at this. 5 minutes and 5 seconds is the gap. Large gulp of anticipation from some of those director sportives now going, right, let's keep that calculation going. It's almost like you need a logarithm table. That dates me, doesn't it? A logarithm table for these sorts of performances. A sliding rule backwards and forwards to see just when it becomes too dangerous and when it doesn't. And look at the wind that's been whipping across here as well. It's almost a headwind at this point. So you get a bit of a tailwind, a bit of a headwind, a bit of a tailwind.
Yes, we can see the direction is changing all the time, and you know that little bit of a headwind. It's you can feel it at this point when you're going uphill. Such a hard day, and 3 weeks of racing done. Every little bit, you know, you can feel it, and Gendt is doing a real good job because you know we can see on the front of the bunch Van der Velde is continuing on, you know, at quite a strong pace, but Gendt is pulling out his advantage.
There we go. Gendt, 32 seconds in the virtual overall. Well, this is an absolutely momentous performance, and Van der Velde is still pushing as hard as he can to try and limit the time gap. But they're under 8 kilometers to go, and still the big favourites sit biding their time behind Christian Van der Velde and Ryder Hesjedal. His head drops between his shoulders. He looks down at his front wheel, as often riders do. We've all done it, haven't we, on hills? We don't know what else to do. Head goes down, look at the bottom bracket or the front axle of the bike. Try and get it all together again. For just a second, Thomas de Gendt had a 5-minute advantage on these men. I wonder what time he woke up this morning, lying in bed staring at the ceiling, de Gendt, going, today's the day, it's now or never, I've got to do it. And he has form. 5th on Alpe d'Huez. 3rd in the time trial the day after. Of course, it was one place further down than that, but now that title's been stripped away from Alberto Contador. He goes up one, but 5th in the Alpe d'Huez stage, and that was brutal in itself, Sean. So he's got the form there, and he went into a time trial the following day and turned in a magnificent performance.
Yes, well, when he's on a good run of form, he is one of these solid riders, and you know, can continue on doing it. And as I said, you know, he can get into a breakaway, a long breakaway, 200 plus kilometers, and still the next day he seems to be able to recover real well, and that's what stage riders are able to do. The recovery rate is so good. It's so important when you get into the 3rd week of a race that you can recover quite a lot. You're not going to recover totally, but still they have that advantage. Their recovery is just so good. They can go out and really race the next day for, you know, 200 kilometers and, you know, go in the attack as de Gendt is doing, because he had a difficult day yesterday as well. You know, he was up there with the big favourites, and here he goes, you know, 50 plus kilometers, and the finish goes in the attack, and still, you know, continue on this mountain of 22 kilometers. Doesn't look to be tiring for the moment.
Looks to be going still strong. He does come here training, apparently. Thomas de Gendt, ridden up this mountain quite a few times. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to measure it out. I tell you what, Sean, the Flemish-speaking newspapers like Het Nieuwsblad and so on tomorrow will be going absolutely bonkers for this man. 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Forget Jurgen van den Broek. This is the man they'll all be talking about.
Well, they sure will, because this performance, it's getting more and more interesting, and you know, going out to 5:30 at the moment, it's a real big performance, and as we can see here in the front of the bunch, nobody wants to, you know, try and up the pace, and are they just making the calculation they can wait for a bit more and go in the attack? But the stage victory now, unless we see maybe from a Cunego who is just at 105 down, highly unlikely that he can make that recovery and get back to Thomas de Gendt. And for anybody in the bunch to go in the attack at this point, it's not possible to close down de Gendt, I don't think, for 5:34 of an advantage. But the general classification, of course, there's a lot to be fought for here, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen somebody trying up the pace a bit. It tells me that everybody is pretty much on the limit, trying to follow the pace being set by Van der Velde of Garmin Barracuda.
They'll look like they're on the limit as well, Sean. But look at the faces of pain on Basso and Hesjedal, Gadre, Johan Rodríguez still looking fairly calm. Oh, Gadre's gone. Jean Gadre has decided at his time to try and make a move.
Panic.
Well, you can see why. He's only one place ahead of Thomas de Gendt in the overall standings. He's left it a bit late. There's only 4 seconds gap between the two of them. Jean Gadre and Sergio Henao moves up to his wheel, and this will chop the gap down a little bit. Oh, please, let's not. Somebody give him a massive clobbering. Well, I didn't have much to cover anyway. Well, fine job by Christian van der Velde, and it's all over for him. Henao and Oran now lead the group up. Five minutes and 33 seconds, and this group has been well, not completely changed, Sean, but just whittled down a little bit more by Gadre upping the pace somewhat. But it's come back together. Henao and Oran pulling on to get to the wheel of Jean Gadre.
Yes, and I think Gilberto Oran is starting to maybe panic a bit with de Gendt
yes.
at 2:10 in that general classification. Down on him, so he is in 5th position and de Gendt in 8th position, as we mentioned. So it was only a matter of time before some of the guys, a bit further down in the general classification were going to panic. But again, the real big favourites, I think they have enough of an advantage over de Gendt not to panic at this point. But certainly Sky here pushing on, and this will it will have to take the advantage of Thomas de Gendt down, because as we go under the 6 kilometres to go, I can't see him but tiring. But again, you just never know what de Gendt. He is just able to put in these spectacular rides on days.
He started the day down at 5 minutes and 40 seconds. He's got a gap of 5 minutes and 24 over these group of leading riders. And so he's within shouting distance of second on the podium at the moment. Ryder Hesjedal looks like he maybe have recovered just a little bit. All right, maybe not. They're all under real pressure here. And these are the same men we saw yesterday, with the exception of de Gendt. And look at Pozzovivo. He got one of those strange expressions. He looks around as though he's slightly shocked about where he is all the time. I don't think he knows quite what to do, Sean. Is it an experience? Is it just, I don't know. This bizarre look all the time. Even when he came over the line yesterday, a little bit shocked.
Yes, he always looks that little bit shocked, but he has to be suffering. And I think yesterday when he came over the line, he was after, giving his the final 2 kilometres, everybody that was in the top 15, 20 places were after giving it 100%, but he looked like he just floated over the line, and he had that shocked impression on his face, and we've seen the same situation here. He just throws that same face, but I think he's also suffering a bit. Not going in the attack, because he's another one who is in the general classification. He certainly have to start panicking, and with the situation on the road at the moment, and I think if he was feeling real good, he would try and throw in an attack and get this front group into that motion of attacking, and that would help maybe to take the advantage of our leader out on the road down a bit.
5:16 is now the gap. Is that bell tower tolling in celebration for Thomas de Gendt, or is it in memory of some of the gaps that these men had at the beginning of the day? 5 kilometres to go, and Thomas de Gendt is riding himself not only into a podium position here in the Giro d'Italia, but into a potentially winning situation against the clock tomorrow over 30 kilometres in Milan. An extraordinary performance by de Gendt. Gadre ups the pace again, and Hesjedal tries to go with him. Enyo keeps a regular pace to ride up to the wheel of Hesjedal. Herbert Dupont is the other man from AG2R, tacked onto the back here last year in the Giro d'Italia. We saw the two of them battling against each other. Five minutes and 12, and Gadre is pushing on. He's left the others, and they're looking behind each other, at each other here. Jean Gadre moves on. Still up ahead, of course. There is Thomas de Gendt, Damiano Cunego and Mikel Nieve. If Gadre gets ahead and one other rider get ahead, Sean, just moving away slightly from the pink jersey here and the overall standings, every rider that goes up the road ahead of Joaquim Rodríguez is aiding the cause of Mark Cavendish for the red points jersey.
Yes, that is a situation in that classement which is real tight at the top, and for the moment we see Gadre putting in attack. We can also see Pozzovivo there. He's moving a bit closer to the front. Is he going to have a go also? I'd not be surprised as we get to that point, 4 kilometres from the finish. He should be able to put in an attack and hold off the group and put a nice advantage out, and it looks like he's certainly moving a bit closer to the front end of this group of favourites.
Gadre just has to take his own pace. He's concerned now about his position in the general classification. Let's run down. Oh, look, they're all looking at each other, Sean. They are all looking at each other, and Hesjedal has to take the initiative because nobody wants to do it.
Well, it's a situation now where he has to, because we see the way Thomas de Gendt is, out there with a big advantage, and you cannot afford to hang around here. He has to start making a good pace, but again, he's not being able to do a full-on pace, because still with just under 4 kilometres to go, you have always to keep something in reserve in case somebody attack you of the other favourites. But it's a really difficult situation. You cannot hang around and start looking, because this advantage is getting dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous indeed. Remember, it's the pink jersey time gap that we're concerned about now. To remind you who's on the road, it is Thomas de Gendt, then Damiano Cunego here in second spot on the road, then Mikel Nieve in third spot, then this man here, Jean Gadre, in fourth, pressing on. And then the group of the pink jersey being paced at the moment by Ryder Hesjedal. Come on, come through, do some work. Not a chance. They all know Hesjedal is the most dangerous man in the time trial, and they're just going to sit there and force him to try and close the gap on Thomas de Gendt, and in doing so expend enough energy to not be able to do it in the time trial. At least try and put him in that situation, Sean. It's brinkmanship all the time.
Yes, and he's the big favourite, of course, Hesjedal, in the situation right now, and they're just, really leaving him do the work, and he has got no choice here. He has to just continue on making the pace. Anybody here in this group doesn't seem to be, capable of riding or capable of attacking, certainly, because with Gadre going in the attack, that is a good launching pad for somebody else to try and just make the attack, get across to Gadre and then push on, but none of the other favourites, and maybe they feel that in this final couple of kilometres they can do a lot of damage the final 3 kilometres to the finish.
Possibly. Keep an eye on the clock in the bottom left hand corner. 5:40 was the advantage this morning that Joaquim Rodríguez had over Thomas de Gendt, and it's exceptionally close. Remember, you can knock 17 seconds off that for Ryder Hesjedal. 5:16, oh my word, it's close. I make de Gendt just a handful of seconds literally outside of Ryder Hesjedal's time, and in third spot on the podium in virtual terms now. Hopefully we'll get one of those virtual graphics which will confirm that in just a minute, but I think that de Gendt is looking like he's at third spot at the moment with 3 kilometers to go. There's Nieve, the partner for de Gendt for some considerable time, and then de Gendt just rode away from him. 3 kilometers to go now for de Gendt to ride to glory at the Team Katusha, and he is beginning to suffer. This is where Sean says he will start to lose time against the big favourites, unless of course they just look at each other and do absolutely knack all. Van der Velde did a fine job for Ryder Hesjedal earlier on in the day, but now he's just all by himself, and not one person is going to or is capable of helping him. Certainly this sort of climb, Sean, suits Basso a little more, Scarponi a little more. It doesn't have those vicious ramps in it that we've seen in some of the other climbs, even as much as yesterday, but they just seem to be hanging on in there and doing nothing else.
No, nothing from the bigger favourites for the moment, and of course this climb is at the moment the section we're in with the big favourites. It looks to be not the steepest part, but again it does kick up a little bit in the final. Nothing major, and it will also be good for Hesjedal, making the pace on the front here. This sort of climb, I think he will be comfortable enough in that situation, and he's just committed himself now and continue on to make the pace on the front, but no other choice.
And Sean, just to reiterate, there are no time bonuses at the top of here.
No,
none at all. It's been the same all the way through the Giro d'Italia. If you missed that fact, no time bonuses. This is a straight fight against the clock. That's it. 2.5 kilometers to go. 5:20 the gap. He's 3 seconds outside of Ryder Hesjedal's time. Oh, they make it 5 there, but according to the clock at the top, it's 3. This is absolutely epic performance. Magnificent ride by Thomas de Gendt so far, and Ryder Hesjedal is being forced to do all the work. He is the overwhelming favourite in the time trial, and he was the overwhelming favourite in the time trial. Sean, modified your opinion in any way so far?
Well, the effort he has to put in here in this final number of kilometres, depending on how he's feeling as well. If he's been making the calculation there, and the team directors has been making that calculation until the moment that Hesjedal had to take up the pace setting on the front, if he was feeling comfortable, that's okay. And here, you just keep on working at it, and as you get closer to the finish, we can see now maybe he's pushing on a bit more as we get to this, come to the 2 kilometre to the finish. If you're feeling pretty okay all the time, you can afford to do that. But if you're really on the rivet and you're really digging into your reserves, well then you can pay for that in the time trial the following day.
Basso loses 3 bike lengths in the corner and comes back again. The essential question, Sean, is, and we don't know the answer to this, is are they it's a bit of both, I think, forcing Ryder Hesjedal to do all the work because he has to, in their opinion, because he's the overwhelming time trial favourite. Pozzovivo is gone. Pozzovivo has blown and cannot keep the pace. Or, and that's illustrative of the point, as Basso is going as well, they can't stay with them. And Uran is going. Rodríguez still in there. Enyo still in there. Oh, Basso off the back. And the chances for the red jersey a little bit less slim now because Rodríguez is still in this group. And he's going to nip out from behind them like he did the other day, that's for sure. 5 minutes and 3 seconds, the last time gap we had. As you said, Sean, the gap is going to come down, but will it come down the minute and a half possibly that you thought it would a little bit earlier down the slope? Hesjedal is piling on the pressure here, but I've got to say Rodríguez is looking good here. As it, Scarponi looks quite good as well. Now, Sergio Enyo, if he can stay in here at all for any reason, the job for him will be obviously to get as high a place as possible. And Uran is behind him. They could just have to ride for themselves, but somebody has to try and nip out and take that spot away from Hesjedal, and more importantly away from Rodríguez when they get to the line to try and secure that red points jersey. I'm pretty certain that's why Enyo is trying to hang in there.
Well, I think he has, there's 2 objectives for Enyo to hang in there, because he's up there in the general classification as well, and at 9th place he can improve on that maybe, depending on what sort of a times he can do tomorrow. And he'll be made aware as well as they get closer to the finish that if he can just finish ahead of Joaquim Rodríguez, it's very important for the points classification. But I think that will be for a little bit later.
No,
as we get.
He's gone. Or is he waiting for a run? He's waiting for a run. Yes, so just as we were speculating on that, Sean, he's had to wait for, he's looking over his shoulder to see where Rigoberto Uran is.
Yes, and of course, I think here on the mountain it's all about the general classification and trying to hold your place, and you concentrate on what you're doing at the moment. The point situation, I think if they got to the last couple of 100 metres, and depending on the situation, then they would just relay that to him from the Director Sportive's car. But at the moment it looks like that they're concentrating on their places in the general classification.
Mistake or not, discuss. 450 the gap, and Hesjedal's work rate, as you say, Sean, has gone up and has cut that gap down by about 20 seconds or so, as Basso working his way back up to the wheel of Rigoberto Uran. It's not going to be very long now through the banks of snow before the Belgian Thomas de Gendt. Is he the new cannibal? Working his way to the last kilometre in this race, and Scarponi moves ahead of Ryder Hesjedal, and there is no response from Hesjedal this time. He tried this yesterday, Sean, and Hesjedal was on his wheel straight away, but at the moment there is no response, and Rodríguez can't respond either.
Not for the moment.
1 kilometre to go for de Gendt. I hope we see him go under the banner. Here he is, under the kite, the red kite that hangs over him and a place in the history books. Thomas de Gendt, who attacked just before the summit of the Mortirolo, 50 kilometres out, got his teammate Matteo Carrara with him, and they absolutely hammered through the valley along with Izagirre and Nieve of Euskaltel, and pulled out a huge margin over the pink jersey and Ryder Hesjedal. And once he got onto the slopes of the Stelvio, he's just continued on his way. Hesjedal is battling like fury to try and get up to Scarponi, but there is no response today. Michele Scarponi is continuing on the way he started the day at 1:39 down on the pink jersey. How many seconds is he going to gain? One minute and 21 seconds ahead of Ryder Hesjedal. It's a case of as many seconds as possible. And of course, Gendt is threatening him as well, but this is a magnificent ride by the Belgian Thomas Gendt. And he is going to take the victory here at the Cima Coppi, the most fabulous victory of his career by a long way, Sean. Thomas Gendt, his solo ride in Paris-Nice showed us he doesn't mind going for it from a long, long way out. His Tour of Britain performances, his Paris-Nice last year, and his amazing performance on Alpe d'Huez last year, followed by the time trial. Is he going to do it again? He's definitely a rider who rides better in the third week of a tour, gets stronger, and some riders do. Magnificent ride, Sean.
Yes, a real performance here today, and you know, the Paris-Nice ride, okay, a week-long race, the riders can do that, but when you have 3 weeks of racing and what we've had the last week in this Giro, so many difficult mountain stages, to be able to go out at 50 kilometres almost from the finish and, you know, ride in the front of the group and then get on this climb and you know, just pull away from the main group of big favourites in the earlier part and continue on up and not lose a lot, but this is definitely like the greatest victory of his career.
Thomas Gendt rides up to the line at the top of the Passo di Stelvio, the highest ever finish in the Giro d'Italia, 300 meters from a place in the history books. He doesn't have to look behind him, and you know what? It doesn't matter how much it hurts him now, he's not going to feel it. Well, if the thin air has affected riders, it certainly hasn't affected the enthusiasm of the Tifosi around us. Gendt drives up towards the line. Brilliant performance by Thomas Gendt. .200 meters to go, and Damiano Cunego is behind him. Scarponi has attacked away from Ryder Hesjedal and Joaquim Rodríguez, and they have no response for it. Magnificent. I have watched, we have watched, you have watched one of the greatest rides in modern years. That is brilliant. Thomas Gendt wins on the Passo del Stelvio, and in the process, I'm certain, is going to cause so many shockwaves through the rest of the peloton. And tomorrow, when we thought it might be Ryder Hesjedal's day alone, they are all going to have to look out for Thomas Gendt if he has anything left in the legs, because against the clock, he is very good indeed. The gap to Cunego coming up. Four minutes and 24 seconds is what we get as the gap at the moment back to Rodríguez and Hesjedal. Cunego comes up towards the line, second today on the Passo del Stelvio. 55 seconds down on Gendt.
Allora dai, dateci la linea, stiamo con Gendt.
Mikel Nieve, who drove the break along with Gendt so admirably and just had no legs to stay with him. Scarponi now moving up 700 meters for him, and a wonderful ride by Scarponi as well. Here's Hesjedal and Rodríguez. What is the gap? I think they're a fair way down. Nieve coming in to finish. Oh, the Tifosi have just got to watch it. I mean, they're just going bonkers here. Sergio Enyo still stays with Rigoberto Urán, and Joaquim Rodríguez has gone ahead by the look of it. So first, second, third. Coming up here is Mikel Nieve. Will Scarponi get over fourth by my calculations? That will affect the points jersey. No, he won't! Joaquim Rodríguez has come around the outside, and for the second time in 2 days, the pink jersey has leapfrogged over Scarponi in the last few dying seconds and meters of a stage. Rodríguez is going to come home in fourth spot. And he's trying to limit every loss he possibly can. Nieve comes up to the line. The gap is going to be close to 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to Nieve. Here comes J-Rod. Fighting for this pink jersey as though his life depended on it. Oh, what a cruel, cruel stage and a cruel finish from Michele Scarponi. You can't take it away from the pink jersey, though. Rodríguez comes down at 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Scarponi finishing 3:33. Hesjedal 3:36. Jean Gadret working his way towards the top. Before Gadret gets there, Sean, 3:36. Hesjedal finishes down on Thomas de Gendt. He's 2 minutes and 4 seconds down on de Gendt, up on de Gendt for the time trial. Is it enough?
Well, it depends on how much he went into his reserves, because he did go into his reserves there in that final 3 kilometres when he took up the pace. But de Gendt also in the same situation. It's all about recovery now and how much they have left. But I think Hesjedal would, for me, have done enough.
2 minutes and 4 seconds between de Gendt and Hesjedal today. Gadret comes in. 4 minutes. 28 seconds down. Basso is not the winner he once was. Rigoberto Urán rides around Ivan Basso and up towards the line. And Basso has fought so hard, and his team have fought so hard. They had no other choice, but it's not for him, this Giro d'Italia. Urán at 4:53. 4:56 for Basso. And the expected challenge of this man here, Domenico Pozzovivo, is all but melted away, unlike the snow around the top of the Stelvio. A whopping 5.5 minutes. And still, he has that look upon him. I'm not surprised he looks shocked this time, because Thomas de Gendt, the Belgian, has ridden away from Domenico Pozzovivo and the rest of them to take a huge, huge victory. Over the line he comes. 5:38 for Pozzovivo. Huge gaps. Herbert Dupont. .552 back on de Gendt. What can you say? That was extraordinary. The most brilliant performance by Thomas de Gendt, and Sean, he's put the frighteners on a few people today.
Certainly has, as we can see the stage results there, and what a performance, and what a finish, just working at it, and in that final really not losing big amount of time, which I was calculating that he would really suffer in the last 4 or 5 kilometres of the climb.
Thomas de Gendt wins on the Passo dello Stelvio, and in the process rides himself into the history books with a magnificent ride. Just massive crowds all the way up the Stelvio today. And they have witnessed something quite special. Well, how big will the colour supplements be in the Dutch-speaking, the Flemish-speaking newspapers on Monday? Even more so if he happens to win the Giro d'Italia. Yeah, unbelievable would that be. A terrific ride by Damiano Cunego, Sean, to just limit the time gap he had and to overhaul Nieve to get up there. Really, really good stuff. Scarponi comes over the line just ahead of Ryder, Hesjedal, and you have to say, Sean, that Scarponi leapfrogged twice in 2 days by Joaquim Rodríguez. He might have been expecting it. On the other hand, he might have just thought, oh, not again.
Well, I think Scarponi, you know, he's the one who, of the big favourites, I think he always tries in that final couple of kilometres. Again today, you know, he put in the attack, and we see that Rodríguez just take him in the final, as we can see the overall standing.
De Gendt fourth at 2 minutes and 18 seconds now. Hesjedal now at 31 seconds behind Joaquim Rodríguez. Michele Scarponi at 1:51. Basso 3:18. Cunego at 3:43. Then Uran. Then Pozzovivo at 5:47. A magnificent ride from Thomas de Gendt. Has put himself in with a shout of being on the podium tomorrow. He's a better time trialist if he can recover than both Joaquim Rodríguez and Scarponi. Who would have thought that it all came down to the final time trial here in the Giro d'Italia? From the streets of Milan, live to you, this is going to be the final showdown between the top 5 men in this year's Giro d'Italia. But yesterday the apple cart was well and truly upset by Thomas de Gendt. Joaquim Rodríguez did his customary sprint in the last kilometre to gain a few more seconds over Ryder Hesjedal. Scarponi had already attacked. What bitter pill it must be to swallow to watch the man going past him, Rodríguez, but it was de Gendt who took the day.
I don't think I can win the Giro, not after this day, but if I can keep my place or make it to the podium, then I am very, very happy. It's only my second big tour, so it's already fantastic for me.
Penso che abbiamo lottato fino alla fine e Rodríguez è un grande campione e ha dimostrato che oggi
passed by Rodríguez in the end. He was the strongest today, and he was indeed. Rodríguez gave it absolutely everything to pull out a gap of about 30 seconds or so over Ryder Hesjedal.
He sido, creo, el más regular de este Giro y esperemos que mañana tenga un gran día.
Tomorrow it's going to be a grand finish against the clock.
Veremos, a ver, no, esto esta mañana no se sabrá.
I just have to do everything I can tomorrow to hold my place. That's all it comes down to.
Now everything is still open because tomorrow in the individual time trial anybody can win, so it's great.
Yes, Michele Acquaroni, the director of this race. The first time he's put the course together, and what a spectacular job he's done, because it's come down right to this final time trial in Milan. Well, the graphics still say 30.9 kilometers, but for your information, thanks to some problems with roadworks, they've shortened it. It's now 28.2 kilometers in length. Still starting from the Castello and finishing in the Piazza Duomo, but they've taken 2 kilometers out of it slightly. 2 intermediate checkpoints and the finish in the Piazza Duomo. This is Gustav-Erik Larsson out on the course. And Larsson, one of the big favourites for today. Certainly when Sean and I were discussing it earlier, he said, who do you think is going to win today? And this man's name came up. We can tell you the early fastest time of the day was set by Jesse Sargent. Sargent recording a very respectable time indeed early on of 33.59. The Radio Shack Nissan rider. Coming close, Alex Rasmussen, 34.06, but the fastest time at the moment being held by Branislav Samalau out on course. And the weather very sticky, very humid. Marco Pinotti, you can see the BMC rider going past his minute man Branislav Samalau. They're all starting at 1 minute intervals except for the last 15, which you have a gap of 2 minutes between them. And Pinotti making light work of Emanuele Sella as well. There's a lot of riders crossing each other. 1 minute intervals, very good for the spectators, very spectacular. And this is the turn point, about 1/3 of the way through. Welcome, British Eurosport, joining us here live on the Eurosport International. You're watching 3 men in this individual time trial. Marco Pinotti was the first one, Emanuele Sella, and Branislav Samalau. Pinotti eating up the 2 men ahead of him. They start at minute intervals except for the last 15 who are at 2 minute intervals. This is Gustav-Erik Larsson out on course. The fastest man so far, for those of you back in Britain, big hurrah, Geraint Thomas, 33.45. He's seen the challenges of people like Adriano Malori come and go so far. And this is Pinotti, must be a big favourite for today. Sella, you can see, has a very lowly time. And we have got some shots of Geraint Thomas finishing, which we'll show you in just a little bit. But this is back out on the course itself. You're watching the rear shot of Marco Pinotti. Big riders who've gone so far. We've talked about Geraint Thomas, Adriano Malori, Gianbattista has gone. Last one's out on course. Tanel Kangert, a good time trialist, he's still to come. Diego Ulissi, Bruggen, Kreuziger, and of course De Gendt and Hesjedal. On the right-hand side, as Schmidt goes off on the left. Geraint Thomas challenging the time of Jesse Sargent. Quite a difficult run-in the Piazza Duomo here. That was the time he was aiming for, set very early by Jesse Sargent, 33.59. And driving towards the line, it is Geraint Thomas spending absolutely everything. He just had to haul himself out of the saddle to move up the order and to move up the pace again. Geraint Thomas over the line, 33.45, 14 seconds inside of Jesse Sargent's time, and an average speed over 50 kilometers per hour. Juan Antonio Fletcher out on course. Okay, a lot of people will be asking about some of the really big favourites. Let's just have a quick recap. Sargent at 33.59, Alex Rasmussen got a time of 34.06, but the person who's really missed out so far, Taylor Phinney, who was the 3rd off and was really aiming for this one. He really wanted this victory. He was held up in one of the bends by Moser, got tangled up basically with one of the camera bikes, along with a police motorcycle as well, and it just cost him very dearly indeed. He's nowhere near the top of the board. Day run for Taylor Phinney. Now we have to take a short commercial break very soon, but very, very briefly, let's look down on the open air velodrome. here in Milan. Very briefly, Sean, who'd have thought after 3 weeks it would come down to all this?
Well, what a race we've had, and again it goes down to a final after so much difficult mountain stages in the past week. Very tight at the top once again, and as we heard there with some of the interviews, it's certainly not over yet. It's all to fight for the overall win and the top 3 places on the podium.
Shots, and you can welcome home Matteo Rambo Rabottini, winner of the mountains classification here in the Giro d'Italia. One of the jerseys that is wrapped up. 84 points in the competition. His nearest rival was Stefano Pirazzi with 44. Andre Amador just behind Pirazzi with 43. But Rabottini with one long epic breakaway and a win, sprint win against Joaquim Rodríguez at the end. And a couple of days ago going out and really nailing those points. This is Benjamin Chausti, who took such a packet a couple of days ago on the Passo Magnan, and that one bad day put him right down the order. Very unfortunate for Benjamin and Chausti. This is Marco Pinotti. So what is the situation with the jerseys today? Well, best young rider will go to Rigoberto Urán ahead of Sergio Enio, unless he loses 2 minutes and 28 seconds to his teammate Enio, which is highly unlikely over 28.2 kilometers. Rabottini, well, he wrapped up the mountains classification jersey and made sure that he had it in the bag yesterday. Fantastic for him. The pink jersey, of course, we'll go on to talk about that with Sean in just a minute, but the points jersey was theoretically up for offer today because there are points available for the first 15 men over the line in this time trial stage, individual time trial stage. We can tell you at this particular point, Mark Cavendish, I think, is 22nd fastest, so he's out of the points anyway. And the jersey will go to Joaquim Rodríguez by one single point against Mark Cavendish. 139 against 138. This is Juan Manuel Garate coming in. 37-13 for Garate. He's done very little in this Giro d'Italia. Maybe we'll see something of him in the Tour de France if he rides for Rabobank. Christopher Glasson is outside of the time of Geraint Thomas at the moment, 6th fastest at the intermediate checkpoint. Well, Mark Cavendish will rue the day that he was taken off by Roberto Ferrari, and he will also rue the day that he was beaten by Andrea Guardini for lots of different reasons. There is some controversy around Guardini's car hanging, for which he was expelled yesterday. And you never know. Sky had made a complaint a couple of days before, and it had been ignored, so it could have been so different. But as it is, he's battled all the way to the end. He loses out to Joaquim Rodríguez by one single point. In fact, they keep the French newspaper saying today by one miserable little point. That's exactly what they say. 24th fastest at the turn for Juan Antonio Fletcher. Let's have a look at the pink jersey then. Sean, the battle is all about who is going to win this Giro d'Italia. The times that separate the riders are as follows. In the overall classification, Joaquim Rodríguez will start in the pink today, 31 seconds ahead of Ryder Hesjedal. He's 1 minute and 51 seconds ahead of Michele Scarponi, 2 minutes and 18 ahead of the magnificent Gendt from yesterday, 3:18 ahead of Basso, and 3 minutes and 43 seconds ahead of Damiano Cunego. The next man is Rigoberto Urán, nearly 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Well, I suppose the first thing we can say, Sean, is that how different the gaps are this year to they were last year.
Well, I think if you come down from the first place, the gaps are real big because Contador, he won by a long margin, and the second man last year was at 6 minutes in general classification. If you look at this year's, for example, I think Gadre was 4th last year at 10 minutes, and now he's down in 10th place and he's at 6:43. So huge gaps, but again, when you come down to Scarponi, who was second last year at the finish of the Giro, Nibali was 6:56, and then Gadre was at 10:04. So it's just Alberto Contador was so strong in the mountaintop finishes. He was just riding away from everybody else and putting time into all of his main rivals when there was a mountaintop finish.
Paolo Tirolongo is out on the road, Christian van der Velde, Diego Ulissi, another man who could do something today. He's been very strong in this third week of the Giro d'Italia. Daniel Moreno is out on the road, and this is Sergio Pardilla just going out. To come, Francis de Grief, Marzio Bozigin, Herbert Dupont, and after Herbert Dupont they start changing from 1 minute intervals to 2 minute intervals. Romain Kreuziger, Gianluca Brambilla, Johan Chop, Dario Cataldo, Sergio Enio, John Gadre, Mikel Nieve, Domenico Pozzovivo, Rigoberto Uran, Damiano Cunego, Ivan Basso, Thomas de Gendt, Michele Scarponi, Ryder Hesjedal, and Joaquim Rodríguez. Yes, indeed, 5 minutes separating the top 6 men, or under 5 minutes separating the top 6 men, and it's certainly not over yet, Sean, because on paper, Hesjedal, the best time trialist of the top men. On the day, though, it depends on how much he's recovered from yesterday. I think he had a very hard time yesterday.
Well, I think everybody had a really difficult time. We see there in the final kilometres the way they lost time. All the big favourites were together with about 4 kilometres, 3.5 kilometres from the finish, but from the time Scarponi started the attacks, well, it just blew to pieces. We could see everybody was just fighting to get to the finish, and the way the time gaps grew out, it was just amazing. And that's because we were at 2,700 metres and everybody was on the limit in that final 4 or 5k off the climb. And I think it's all about, who went really deep yesterday, who's after recovering that little bit better today. But it looks like that Hesjedal is in the driving seat to win this Giro.
Well, we say that, but after yesterday's epic ascent of the Passo dello Stelvio by Thomas de Gendt to win the stage, he's catapulted himself up to 4th place. It's not over yet, because he is in a very fine time trialist, and he rides better in a third week than he does in weeks 1 and 2. According to the records. It's Mario Cipollini, which managed to catch up with earlier. Tour of Italy has no winner before the last stage. This is the last day, so it's nice for the it's nice for the sport. I think that the race was not really aggressive. We never see a favourite who attacked when he wanted to attack. We don't see spectacular things, epic attacks. They're strong, there's no problem with that. They're able to do things like the great champions, but not like the great champions of the past, he says. After the race, they give interviews. They say nothing. They lack a big personality. They're not passionate. He ends up by saying they're not macho. Do you agree, Sean? Do you think they've all been a bit cagey?
No, I don't agree. I think Mario was talking now because he's out of the peloton, but when he was in there, he wouldn't like to see guys attacking 100 kilometres, 60 kilometres from the finish, because he would be in the bus and he'd be trying to get in to make the time limit. And as I said earlier in this Giro, a lot of the riders who were in the peloton, they become director sportifs and they change totally the moment they're off the bike. I think this race has been aggressive, and everybody yesterday, just take the most recent one, the stage finish yesterday, the fighting was going on there just to hang in the wheel, and then we see when Scarponi attacked, there was just 3 bike lengths, 4 bike lengths between riders, and they were just in 1s and 2s, and everybody just fighting to get to the finish in the last 3.5 kilometres. And I think that's, you know, exciting, although, you know, we don't have anybody who can explode the group like Contador, for example, but, you know, he's an exception. He's an exceptional climber, but I think it's a real interesting race right down to the wire, and here we are today in the final time trial. The suspense is still on. We know that Hesjedal is in a driving seat, but again, what did he put in yesterday? How much did he bring to reserves? Will he pay for that effort yesterday? The Gendt, how much will he have left? And Rodriguez, will he produce a time trial of his life?
Back onto the start ramp. This is Roman Kreuziger. Last year, best young rider in the Giro d'Italia. This year, just had that one terrible day on the climb up to Passo Giao, and was dropped 2 climbs out, and still trying to come to terms with it himself, trying to live it down in his own mind. And his hopes of an overall victory in the Giro d'Italia went out of the window on that particular day. Roman Kreuziger starts this time trial with a huge 18 minutes and 9-second gap over Joaquim Rodríguez, who I thought yesterday, Sean, did a magnificent job, Rodríguez, in just clawing back those few seconds as Pinotti continues on his way. He's aiming at the time of Geraint Thomas. He's up at the second intermediate checkpoint. One of the names that we had highlighted as a possible winner today, and Pinotti would love to salvage this. He'll want to take this one as well, not just for himself but also for the team, especially as Taylor Phinney seems to have had a bit of a disaster with a couple of motorcycles on the way around. I think he did a great job yesterday, Joaquim Rodríguez.
Well, I think he just stuck in there and hung on, and we did see him go in the attack in the very final. And one of the interesting things this morning in the press, when he was asked why did he not attack yesterday, well, he said, if I attacked at 3 kilometres, I don't think I would have taken any more time out of Hesjedal than I did in that final couple of 100 metres, because he was pretty much on the limit. But we know Joaquim Rodríguez, he can finish that last couple of 100 metres real fast, and that's what his calculation yesterday. And of course, when Scarponi went in the attack, Hesjedal had to do the chasing. He left him chase Scarponi down for quite a while, and then he just hit him with that explosive power he has in that final kilometre. And yesterday I think it was only about 500 metres, if that, he went in the attack, and, you know, managed to take 14 seconds, which was quite a lot over that distance. But everybody was just so much in the reserves in the final number of kilometres on the climb yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was about the last 350 metres actually, so he did a magnificent job. Geraint Thomas, the time to aim at the moment, 33.45 hit. That's just for the stage win, the glory of the time trial here in Milan. But the men to come are battling it out. Let's give you those gaps again between them. Rodríguez to Hesjedal is 31 seconds. That's so Ryder Hesjedal has to make 32 seconds on Joaquim Rodríguez, and nobody else come past him in order to take this Giro d'Italia, which is what most people have been talking about for the last week or so. Scarponi's at 1:51, De Gendt at 2:18, Basso at 3:18, and Koenig at 3:43. Realistically, Sean, I think that's about it, isn't it? You can't really go down much further than that. Even as far down as Koenig, to be honest.
Yes, well, I think further down the general classification there's going to be movement there down to the 10th place, but in the top places, Rodríguez, it will be really interesting to see what kind of a time he can put in, because he has put in pretty good time trials, but he has put in a lot of disastrous ones as well, and the number of disastrous ones are much greater than the better ones he have done. And I think it's all about, again today, how much they have, you know, been digging into their energies in the last number of days, how well they've recovered, and you know, is Hesjedal, after really digging deep in the last number of days, that is the question, and is Rodríguez going to put up the time to live his life, which he has to do?
He certainly has. He's Marco Pinotti. He's going to take the fastest time away from Geraint Thomas. I think the policeman must be a Pinotti fan. Who's ahead of him as well. But Marco Pinotti driving to the line, one of the nicest men in the peloton, one of the most popular. 33.06 for Marco Pinotti. That's a terrific time. And he takes the fastest time so far here in the Milan time trial in the Giro d'Italia. First time we finished in Milan in this square. Not we, but the Giro did, 1972. Right, we'll take a short break now. We've seen the fastest time established so far. Jesse Sargent set the early fastest time here. At an impressive 33.59, and then Geraint Thomas taking that away at 33.45. He's now second, sadly, for those in Britain on the fastest times, because Marco Pinotti's just finished at 33.06. This is Gustave-Eric Lasson. A little bit disappointing, Sean, so far. I mean, certainly in the early part of the course, he was sixth fastest at the turn.
Yes, disappointing and not having a good time trial. He was quite a number of seconds down, too many, I think, to make up. If he was, 4 or 5 seconds down at the intermediate checkpoints, okay, you can finish real strong, but he was, I think, 16 seconds, maybe 18 seconds down. Far too much to make up, and it's not going to get into a position where he can challenge for a stage victory. And Pinotti's time, that is going to be a real good one, because 51 over 51 average, a very strong time. Already Geraint Thomas's time was a real good one, but Pinotti has put in a good performance, and I think that's going to be up there for quite a while on the top of the leaderboard.
Roman Kreuziger out on course, and one bad day just spelt the end of his entire Giro d'Italia, Sean. Apart from the, I mean, he got a stage win, went out and deliberately got that better for an overall classification.
Yes, for the cruising it was a disappointing Giro. Up to the moment he pulled back and got a stage victory. He had made up a lot for it, but again, he was one of the big favourites, and we were expecting him to be really much up here. One bad day, and there's nowhere to hide when you have it 30-40 kilometres from the finish, where he had it on the penultimate climb, lost contact with the leaders, and then it was plus 10-minute job, and of course they're out of general classification, and he recovered well, and we see him in the last 2 days very much up there, won a stage and then tried again yesterday to go in the attack, but unfortunately for him, he will go out from this Giro happy, but still there will be regrets in his mind.
Yeah. Still, remember last year he was still in the best young riders classification, so there's still time for him to do something. Gustave-Eric Lasson has passed Eros Capecchi, who is ahead of him. Here we have Jean Gadret. Tried a little bit yesterday, Sean, didn't get much of an advantage. He put in a couple of digs, but Ryder Hesjedal just gradually closed the gap on him.
Yes, I think he put in the digs. He took 5 bike lengths of an advantage, maybe a little bit more, and Hesjedal just kept making the pace. And at the point when he went in the attack, of course, they were at that killer of an altitude, 2,500 metres around that, and that's what you've got to do. You just keep on plugging away at it, and Gadret, he just put in an attack and got a little advantage, but it was all short-lived.
Un percorso, abbiamo detto, veloce ma anche tecnico. Secondo te c'è un punto proprio particolare dove potrà decidersi questo cronometro e di conseguenza probabilmente anche il Giro?
Marco Pinotti?
Per me mi è sembrata più veloce la prima parte.
Oh, just asking just how technical it really is there.
Ci sono alcune curve e poi del pavé che rallentano un po' l'azione.
You've got to be careful in the curves. You've got to be attentive to everything.
La bicicletta sul pavé sobbalza meno. Quindi per questo voglio vedere De Gendt e Hesjedal possono scavare un buon distacco.
It's more technical in the end than the first couple of kilometers. Looks completely shattered, actually, Marco Pinotti. After that, I'm not particularly surprised. The big question is about the other time gaps. We know what the time gap is on the general classification. I'll just read it very briefly to you once again. Rodríguez has 31 seconds over Hesjedal, 151 over Scarponi, 218 over De Gendt, 318 over Basso, and 343 over Cunego. But what about the the gaps between the other riders other than Rodríguez. So Hesjedal, he's trailing, as we know, Rodríguez by 31 seconds, but he has an advantage over Scarponi of 120, an advantage over Gendt of 147. Is that enough, Sean? 1 minute and 47 of a gap between Ryder Hesjedal and Thomas de Gendt.
Well, I think it should be certainly enough. De Gendt, hard to see him putting in a real super performance in the time trial again today after, you know, that unbelievable performance yesterday. Going out there and reading the interviews in the papers this morning, he said, I went in the attack with the idea just placing the general classification 7th, 8th place, maybe to move up a bit, and that was my objective, to go in the attack, and then I see myself, you know, with a big advantage at the final climb, and just went on and really thinking of the stage victory. But as time went on, he said, well, I knew I was going to move up a lot in general classification.
Yes, indeed. Hesjedal has 247 of an advantage over Basso and 312 over Koenigo. Basso trails Rodríguez by 318, Hesjedal by 247, Scarponi by 127, and de Gendt by 27 seconds. Can he make up 27 seconds on de Gendt or 127 on Scarponi? Who knows, but he does have an advantage of 25 seconds over the man behind him, Damiano Cunego. On the threat, though, is Michele Scarponi. Scarponi's gap over Thomas de Gendt is only 27 seconds. And that could well fall today. De Gendt, on paper, has a better time trial record at the moment. This is Domenico Pozzovivo. Domenico Pozzovivo from the Colnago Inox team. Well, in the end, it didn't happen for him in the big mountains. And the 3-week tour is something that he's new to, really, in this at this level anyway. As Sean said yesterday, it's all very well competing and winning the Giro del Trentino, but 3 weeks is completely different. Juan Antonio Fletcher coming in to finish. Outside of the top 20 he will be. And Domenico Pozzovivo about to start off the ramp. Next up will be best young rider here in the Giro d'Italia, Rigoberto Urán. 21st fastest for Juan Antonio Fletcher. Finishes another Grand Tour, giving it everything. And has worked very hard for Mark Cavendish. Kreuziger. And just enjoying his tour around Milan, I think, today, as he goes around the 11.7 kilometer checkpoint, 52nd fastest. Rigoberto Urán about to start off the ramp. Domenico Pozzovivo. Sean, we mentioned him yesterday. He's out on the time trial course, all knees everywhere as he goes around the corner. 3 weeks. Has he held up fairly well for a man who's been trying to compete at this sort of level for the first time?
I think he's held up real well, and he was looking real good as we came into the big mountain stages the final week, and we were expecting a bit more from him, and I think everybody was. His director sportif as well, he had an interview and he was saying he's going to do a lot of damage in the final week, but we never see it. And I think just staying up there in the first 2 weeks, he just, you know, burdened himself out and was very tired when he got to the mountains, and he wasn't the man at all we were expecting to see in the final week.
Damiano Cunego gets off the start ramp. What a day he had yesterday, Sean. Probably the best single day we've seen from him in a Grand Tour for many a year, I think.
Well, I think he's really battled in this race well. He's got out there in breakaways because he know in that final shake-up on the final mountain today he's not be able to stay with the big favourite, so go in the attack, and he done it on a number of occasions. It's worked out yesterday very well. Other days he was always pulled back on the final climb, but still he was on to the last climb of the day, out ahead of the main big favourite, so it meant he got a number of kilometres into the climb, and here we are, he's still up there in 6th place in the general, and if it wasn't for that, his aggressive of riding, he certainly would not be there.
No, for sure. Johan Thiop has gone away, gone through his Giro d'Italia, sorry, in the general hard-working way. I'd like to have got better, but I think he's had a very good Giro d'Italia. This is Diego Ulissi, and we managed to catch up with the Lamprey manager, his manager, Roberto Damiani.
Les derniers jours, la dernière contre-la-montre d'un Grand Tour.
The last time trial of a Grand Tour on the last day is a time trial for, you know, trying to have some sort of resistance of everything physical, head, legs. You need to put the road, give the road as much energy as you can, kept for the last hour of the race. So it's not a time trial for specialists. I think it's about the characteristics of the riders. I can see, you know, Hesjedal in pink tonight, De Gendt second. I don't think it'll be easy for Rodríguez because he's a climber. Well, interesting, Sean. Roberto Damiani, well known for being a man who can motivate riders, as Ivan Basso gets off the start run. We'll talk about Basso in just a second. Damiani saying this is not a specialist's course by the time you get to this time in the Giro d'Italia. It's about who's got enough heart, basically.
Yes, at the end of a 3-week tour, it's often the case that, you know, riders who are expected to put in quite a strong time trial struggle, but in general we have the good time trials who can battle on. Mentally they're very strong, unless they're totally drained of energy, well then they can put in a pretty good time. And Damiano saying there that possibly De Gendt in second position on the podium. I think Rodríguez will hang in there. I have a feeling that the way he's been riding, he will just do enough to stay on second spot on the podium, but it looks like that Hesjedal is going to be the one, unless again that, you know, he really went into the reserves big time yesterday, not recovered well, and it's also probably a position for him. There's a lot more pressure here. He's been up in 3-week tours in the general classification in the top 10, but when you're fighting for the overall, will that have an effect on Hesjedal? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that is the big issue, I think, is to you can be battling around in sort of 8th, 9th place, 7th place and so forth, but actually battling for the win of something is a completely different pressure situation. Marco Pinotti has the fastest time, 39 seconds ahead of Geraint Thomas, 53 ahead of Jesse Sargent, the New Zealander, then Alex Rasmussen and Gustav Eglarsson, 5th fastest. This is Rigoberto Urán. Sean, very briefly, a lot of people asking as we wait for, oh, no, maybe not. Let's have a wait. Thomas De Gendt. Now, the day after his exceptional performance on Alpe d'Huez, he turned a magnificent time trial in the Tour. Away goes Thomas De Gendt, and we managed to catch up with him first thing this morning. Everything to play for here. He has 2:18 to make up on Rodríguez.
Now I did one lap on the track, and for the moment the legs are very sore, so I hope they will be better in the afternoon.
What do you think of the course?
I think it's a very fast course. It's in the beginning very fast corners, a lot of straight parts, and in the last 3 kilometers it's a little bit more technical, and the roads are a little bit worse than in the beginning, and well, I'm just trying my best, and I hope that I don't crash, stay safe, and don't have any bad luck or something.
Well, he's on his way. Thomas De Gendt, yesterday's hero. Just how sore are the legs? 2 minutes 18 seconds he has to make up on Joaquim Rodríguez for pink, but it's more likely he's going to make up time on others. Scarponi is just 27 seconds ahead of him. Ryder Hesjedal at 1 minute and 47 seconds. And then behind him, Basso is a minute behind. Cunego 1:25 behind. He's definitely playing for the podium here, Sean. It's just a question of whether it's going to be second or third, or in a miracle day, first.
Yes, it's all to play for. Certainly he's, up there, and we heard, his comments there, feeling very sore out when he was warming up this morning. But when you get out in the time trial, sometimes, you can get into the rhythm very quickly and put in a good performance.
Michele Scarponi off the ramp. He started with the number 1 on his back, having been taken over the title when Alberto Contador was stripped of it. He still has that number 1 on his back. This will be the last day, I fear, that he has it, because at the moment Joaquim Rodríguez will start in pink, and will he battle all the way to the end to keep it as well. We need to take a break, but next up will be Ryder Hesjedal. Ryder Hesjedal leaves the start ramp. This is his date with destiny. He has fought off all the concerted attacks of every one of his rivals. Yesterday, they all left it to him to set the pace after Christian van der Velde had done a magnificent job for him. They all looked at him, and Hesjedal was forced to do all the work to try and close that gap or keep it under control. Up to Thomas de Gendt, and in the end they all sprang around him. But hey, that is racing. Here is Christian van der Velde. And finishing this 3-week tour very strongly. 14th fastest for van der Velde. 34.42. He did a magnificent job yesterday. Only Joaquim Rodríguez to come down the start ramp. He will be in pink. And what a day he has in store. Michele Scarponi out on the course. Scarponi only has a 27-second advantage over de Gendt. And at the moment, remember, he's on the 3rd step of the podium. This is Joaquim Rodríguez. It's D-Day for J-Rod. Joaquim Rodríguez. Away he goes. Took an extra few seconds, 14 seconds yesterday. Could prove absolutely crucial, as could the performance of his team Katusha in the team time trial, Sean, because they were second behind Garmin Barracuda, and that really has helped, I'm sure, when you consider perhaps that Thomas de Gendt's team were 5th from bottom, a long way behind in the team time trial. It could have been different.
Yes, well, you start looking back through all the stages,
of course,
and,
yeah.
We can start picking out those things. But the team time trial, certainly, de Gendt, he was the big loser there, time-wise, losing over a minute to the other big favourites that we have here, Hesjedal, Joaquim Rodríguez. So yeah, it comes down to the question: should the team time trial really count for the general classification? That's another can of worms we'll open.
Yes, exactly. Well done for that. Well, millions of people writing in about that now. De Gendt only lost 3 seconds to this man here, Ryder Hesjedal, in the individual time trial at the beginning of the Giro d'Italia. Remember, it was only over 8-point-something kilometres, much shorter, but they are fairly close. But he lost 1 minute and 10 seconds to Hesjedal's Garmin Barracuda team in the team time trial. He lost 1 minute and 5 seconds to Katusha. "20 seconds faster de Gendt than Rodríguez in the individual time trial. 23 seconds faster Ryder Hesjedal was. So Rodríguez, even over the short distance, can lose a lot of time. And he's only got 31 seconds to play with. Hesjedal looks to be in the driving seat, but we'll have to see what the intermediate split times are. De Gendt on the left-hand side, Hesjedal on the right. And let's not forget Scarponi and Rodríguez still in this battle as well. It's all about the shifting places of the top 5 as Joaquim Rodríguez comes into our shot. Think everything to go for here. Well, certainly his coach reckons he can do it. But it must be the time trial of his life, Sean, this one, because he's lost so much in the past. We saw him in the Vuelta. He lost at catastrophic amounts of time when he was in the lead behind to Vincenzo Nibali.
Yes, a huge amount of time, and I think that is going to work on his mind coming in this time trial. The last couple of days, certainly this morning when you be out there on the circuit getting to know it, and you'll be thinking about those things certainly. But again, you know, how much is he being given on in the final days? Did he really have to go into his energy levels big time into the reserves? If he's recovering well, that's something as well. Only he know that, and that feeling you have. And when you go this morning, you can feel, you know, real good. And if you feel that way, well, that gives you a big morale boost. And you know, he has put up some good time trials, and we have a lot of. In the papers I see this morning, they were comparing different events, but difficult to compare because some of the years Hesjedal maybe wasn't really up in the general classification. Some of the events they're talking about, you know, the Pays Basque race, the Tour of Algarve, a lot of those races. So very difficult to compare in that situation. I think here everybody's equal. They've been really fighting it out the last week of racing, and now it's all about who's got the most left.
I think it's a reasonable margin, but he has to be really on top of his game. We've seen the course. We got our sports science guy Robbie Ketchell here with us to just fine-tune everything, and you know, it's 1 second a kilometre, so it should be doable. But Rodriguez has got the jersey on his back, and that always makes a man a lot stronger, I think. But Ryder's really confident. He's in good shape. I saw the way he warmed up before. He's concentrated, motivated, but he's also very calm within himself, so I think he'll be on a good ride today.
Damiano Cunego, 38th fastest at the intermediate checkpoint. 14.28, Sean. That's not a good time for Cunego. I mean, he doesn't like it particularly, the time trial, but still, that's not too good.
No, and 1 minute down. That is the you know, the big problem there. And again, we're probably, you know, up against the riders who maybe has been preparing this time trial for a number of days. We have to wait until the favourites get out. You know, they have the ones who've been really racing full on the last week, and all of those guys have to be that little bit tired. Where we have some of the times here on the top of the leaderboard at the moment, they might be taking it that little bit easy in the last number of days, thinking of this time trial.
Absolutely, yep. Ivan Basso. You can't say he hasn't put a lot of effort in, and neither has it. You can't say that about his team. They have dominated the pace setting of this race, and as Sean was pointing out, they had no other choice, because if they didn't, Ivan Basso would have been out of it. He needs a strong pace. He's definitely incredibly talented, but it's just not quite the rider he once was. It's not been for him. This is Thomas de Gendt coming up to the first intermediate checkpoint. Have a look at this. De Gendt not looking like he was going particularly quickly, but he's just so strong. 5th fastest, 28 seconds down on, I think it was Pinotti who put in the time there, 13.56. Ooh. He doesn't look like he goes very fast, Sean, but he certainly does, doesn't he? He's all legs, this man.
Yes, well, he is big power, and we see him yesterday as well. The amazing thing on the climbs, he just sits there and just pumps away the gear, never gets out of the saddle. On the Stelvio, I don't think he got out of the saddle at all.
I didn't see him get out of the saddle.
So, you know, that's real power, and he has, you know, sitting in the saddle, he can just produce so much power. Again, the time trials, it's an advantage if you can sit there and just, you know, pump the big gear about. If you've got the power in your legs, as he has when he's really on shape, it's all about how fresh he is today.
This is Michele Scarponi, who'll be next up. Remember, the gap was 27 seconds between de Gendt and Scarponi for a place on the podium. It's not inconceivable, Sean, that Scarponi's already lost the 27 seconds.
No, not at all. We will soon see now how Scarponi is putting in the time trial here. But I think Scarponi, he's a real fighter. We've seen him the last days. Yesterday again, he went in the attack, struggled in the end, and I think he will, as we can see him here. He'll not be too far off de Gendt, I would reckon.
Let's just see. 13:56 was the time for De Gendt at the turn point here for the first intermediate checkpoint. Scarponi's putting up a fight. 14:07.
11 seconds down on De Gendt.
Yep, 11 seconds is the gap. Ryder Hesjedal, he's the next man up. The gap between De Gendt and Hesjedal, 1 minute and 47 seconds. It's you can see the small numbers of seconds that are separating riders here. You have to go back a long time. I think it's 1995, if I remember rightly, when to find a Giro d'Italia podium that doesn't have an Italian on it, Sean. And at the moment, it's looking that way.
Yes, looking that way. Well, I think we cannot Scarponi, of course, at the moment. It's going, I think, pretty okay for Scarponi. I think they'll be happy with that because normally he can, get into his rhythm a bit better. The longer the time trial, that's where he's a bit better. So the first 11 plus kilometers there, I think he's on target. If he can keep that going, he should be, able to hang on and be on the podium in this Giro.
Joaquim Rodríguez at the bottom of your shot. Thomas De Gendt at the top of it. And Hesjedal coming up for the turn point. Remember his gap between De Gendt and himself, 1:47. And turns at 13:55, 1 second faster than Thomas De Gendt. Oh, it's all down to how fast Joaquim Rodríguez is coming up at this intermediate checkpoint, Sean.
Yes, this will be the real indicator now for Rodríguez, and at the moment he looks to be going okay, but it's so difficult to make the calculation because what gear they're using. It can be a big difference. If you're using a little bit of a higher gear, you're going that bit faster, you're not turning, your cadence is not real fast looking, but if you have the power to do that, well then we can see the time difference, and you really have to wait on this first time check just over the 11 kilometers.
I think it is 1995 if I think about it. Just having a quick look. Tony Rominger, Yevgeny Bertsin and Pietro Ugromov, the three riders. And Joaquim Rodríguez, everything. He's got to fight for everything here. Remember, he's got a 31-second advantage over Ryder Hesjedal, who on paper has the advantage over this Spanish climbing star. But a terrifically gutsy performance yesterday to pull out an extra 14 seconds over Hesjedal just in the last few hundred meters. Remember, Hesjedal made the turn at 13:55, 1 second faster than Thomas De Gendt at 13:56. Scarponi made the turn at 14:07. The gap between Rodríguez and Scarponi, 1 minute and 51 seconds. Here comes Joaquim Rodríguez, and I think it's outside of that target time of Ryder Hesjedal at 13:55. Let's get the clock going on this. He only has 31 seconds to play with. And coming into the turn, we don't seem to have a clock on it. Oh, here we go. 14:24, Sean. And he is almost out of the pink jersey already.
Yes.
I think he is here.
56 seconds down there on our lead. Hesjedal was 21, so he's very, very close to it.
Hesjedal has made the turn faster, and Rodríguez, with 31 seconds to play, is not going to be able to match that. 13:55. 29 seconds only. It's the gap between them, says Sergio Enio. He's had a fine Giro d'Italia. Quick word about him, Sean. Very impressive, extremely impressive.
Yes, he's had a really good Giro. You know, I think for the future, he's definitely a one for the big tours. The performance he put in this Giro, I think his team, Sky, and also himself, it will, you know, give him a lot of confidence for the future big 3-week tours.
Thomas de Gendt using every bit of the road that he possibly can hit. And this is Joaquim Rodríguez correcting his line and going through as tight as he's giving it everything, Sean. That's exactly what you've got to do. Use every part of the road to carry corner speed.
Well, you have to go out and just memorise the course in the morning time. First of all, you do that to warm up. Secondly, to just get to know the course off by heart. You should know every corner, and you have to go into the corners at a maximum speed. You do not want to knock off your speed if you do not have to, and that's something, you know, you have to get really memorised, all the circuits, and it's so important because it can be down to seconds for places on the podium.
This is Valerio Piva. He's talking about the possibility of hanging on to the pink jersey. 31 seconds. It's not a lot. When he gets the jersey on his shoulders at the end of the Giro, everybody's exhausted. He's a good rider, Hesjedal, but he's not really a TT specialist. On paper, he's better than Perito, but we have some hopes. Perito's got some good time trials. So we're confident. Even if we know we could lose the jersey anyway, we'll fight. Joaquim only lost 4 seconds to Hesjedal in the 8-kilometer prologue, so if you make the calculations, it should be enough. Well, it isn't enough so far, Sean. It's just not happening for him at the moment. He's already had 29 seconds put into him.
Yes, 29, even a bit more maybe, but you know, at 11.7 kilometers, it's a lot, and it's not looking good for Rodríguez because unless Hesjedal goes out there and, you know, puts in a real fast start, but I don't think he's going to do that. He's going to make the calculation with his Garmin Barracuda team, with his director sportif. It will be very well worked out and put in a constant effort right through this time trial, and it looks like he's doing a real good job at the moment, and Rodríguez is the one who's suffering because he's just all about to lose the jersey at the first checkpoint, which is just over 11 kilometers. It looks like it's going to be not possible for him to hold on to the pink jersey.
It does look that way. At the first intermediate checkpoint, the time between Thomas de Gendt and this man here, Michele Scarponi, was 11 seconds. Remember, 27 seconds separates de Gendt from the third place on the podium, the third step. 29 seconds was the gap that was put between Ryder Hesjedal and Joaquim Rodríguez at that particular point, and there was only 31 seconds for Rodríguez to play with. The gap between de Gendt and Hesjedal, just 1 solitary second. So at the moment, Hesjedal's gap over de Gendt is not being threatened. Here's Jean Gadret. Could he wear any more Kinesio tape? Know how to go yesterday, for sure. Here is Thomas de Gendt. Gave an interview to Cycling News and the papers in back in Belgium last year when he came on the scene so strongly in Paris-Nice. He said, they said, why do you think you've become so good? He said, well, you know, I've always been quite good, but I weighed way too much. I stopped eating sausages. I like salami, and I like everything that cyclists shouldn't like. So cakes, beer, sweets, everything like that. I love that stuff. So I went on a very strict diet and I lost nearly 4 kilos. But in Belgium, his nickname is Sausage, by the way.
And when we see him there, actually, sorry, David, 67 kilos.
Just about held up that one. Well reacted to. Sorry, we just saw the slow-mo there, and the bike almost went out from underneath, and that could have been disastrous.
Yes.
Here we go, watch again. On the right-hand side of the screen, here we go.
Big scare.
Is it not? Oh, no, it's the same. Just comparing Rodríguez and Hesjedal.
Yes, when we look at the Gendt, you know, you see him there, and he looks to be quite bulky, and when you start making an estimate of his weight, he's only 67 kg, which is, you know, a good fighting weight, and I thought he would be a bit more than that, but again on TV, when we see the guys, they look that much more bigger, but when you see him in real, they're, you know, so lean.
Rodríguez is a little rider. Michele Scarponi coming through 18th fastest, 25.04 at the second intermediate checkpoint. This is Domenico Posivivo coming home to record his time. He's happy with that. 35.27. I think he's happy that he's finished the Giro d'Italia, Sean.
Yes, and we see there 2:21 down on the winner of the leader. Sorry, on the leaderboard.
That's a big step up for him.
Yes, it's a good time because I think the time we have leading this time trial at the moment, it's a strong time for it's a really strong time trial from Pinotti, and it could hold up there for all day, and it could be the winner of the stage, and you know, that 2:20 plus for him is a really good time.
Oh dear, riders really pushing it, and 2 or 3 times now the bike has been skipping and hopping around here. Let's just check for the intermediate time of Ryder Hesjedal, coming up with the 20.5 kilometer mark. Jesse Sargent was fastest. That's good. That's very good. 24.32, Sean. And Scarponi certainly not going to challenge that. Just again churning over that big gear. Seems to be a way of time trialing they have at Vacansoleil. Gent's the same, Larsson's the same. Got everything to play for here to get above Michele Scarponi and onto the podium in only his second Grand Tour, having finished in the third week magnificently in both attempts. Gendt at 67 kilograms. That's not a huge amount at all. Here's Ivan Basso. Strange, isn't it, Sean, to watch the Giro d'Italia and not have the cameras trained on Basso so much?
Yes, well, it's something that's
it's not used to these days.
Yes, you know, in the past it was familiar that we would have Basso very much, but again, this final 2 days in the mountains, he's really suffered, and not the Basso he was.
Rigoberto Urán finishes 35.51. What's going to happen to Hesjedal this time? Or we're just watching him giving it everything. Yep, I think that's all we got. I just wondered if the bike is skipping and weaving again. 35.51 for Rigoberto Urán. 30 seconds up or thereabouts on Pozzovivo. Oh, he really is pushing hard, Ryder Hesjedal. Just Joaquim Rodríguez to come through to this intermediate checkpoint. The time he has to be inside is 35.01, something like that. Sorry, 25. 25.03, in fact. Where he's got to come into. to make it with inside the 30. No, it's not going to do it, Sean. He has lost the pink jersey from his shoulders at this present time.
Yes, and it was expected, because we could see on the first intermediate time he was, losing a lot, and here again losing more, and 1:27 down now on the best time of the day, 25:16, where Hesjedal had 24:32.
44 seconds is now the gap between them, Sean. So Perito is trying to limit it as much as possible, but 44 seconds of the gap as Damiano Cunego comes over 35-43. Not bad after he's not a great time trialist, but a big effort yesterday to stay anywhere close to Thomas de Gendt here. De Gendt is piling the pressure on. Remember, third place in last year's individual time trial after the mountain stage to Alpe d'Huez, in which he was right up there, and he does seem to get better in the third week of a tour, Sean.
Well, yes, last year certainly the tour he got better as the race went on, but in this year's race, I suppose, in the earlier days, there's not much you can see of him as the big favourites. They were all just there and playing the waiting game for the first week or 10 days, and de Gendt came into this race to ride for general classification. He was always thinking of a top 10 place in this Giro.
Only 25 seconds separate Damiano Cunego from Ivan Basso, and the question is, will Basso lose his place to Cunego here? The time he has to be inside is about 36. Oh, he's going to be easily within inside it. Has finished very well indeed, Sean, Ivan Basso.
Yes, of course, Basso, he's known for his time trialing. He's a good solid time trialist. At the end of a 3-week tour, he seemed to be pretty consistent, and against the other big favourites, he's always been able to put in quite good final time trials in 3-week tours.
So he's conserved his 5th place against any challenge from Cunego or the outside chance of Renaux. Look at this. De Gendt is almost with him. Still pushing a really big gear. He's got to try and sprint for the line if he possibly can now. Give it everything he can. Thomas de Gendt, third fastest at this point. Still got this little section to go. And out of the saddle, giving it everything he possibly can. Thomas de Gendt. That is a brilliant finish. 34:07 for de Gendt. And remember, the gap between de Gendt and Scarponi was only 27 seconds. I think, Sean, we've just seen the third step of the podium decided, certainly.
Well, if you look at the 20-kilometre mark, Scarponi, wasn't that far down. Again, how will he finish? And we know Scarponi, he's a real fighter, and I think Scarponi will be able to just keep it going to the very end of this one and hold on to his place in the general classification. But again, there he seemed to finish real strong in that final number of kilometres.
34:34 will be the time that Scarponi has to come in at to equal it. The time of Thomas de Gendt. This is Joaquim Rodríguez still out in the course, giving it everything he possibly can to hang on to this. Desperately wants to hang on to this pink jersey. Here comes Michele Scarponi. Keep an eye on the clock. 34:34 is the time that Scarponi will need to stay anywhere close to Thomas de Gendt. Oh, we need to go back to that shot. De Gendt finishing in a time of 34:07. And at the moment, the gap between these two riders on your screen, Ryder, Hesjedal on the left-hand side, and the pink jersey, or the pink skin suit in this case, of Joaquim Rodríguez, was 44 seconds at the last intermediate checkpoint. Rodríguez had started the day with 31 in hand. And it looks like the man on the left-hand side of your screen is going to win the Giro d'Italia. Well, he's still ploughing on. How much has he got in the tank? Has Rodríguez managed to pull anything back? Will Scarponi hang on to third spot? This is the question. .34 it needed to be. What is the time? Is Scarponi battling here? 34.24. Into the final, last couple of bends. He's not going to do it, Sean, I don't think. He's going to be just outside the podium here. And Michele Scarponi on the day, he's put up a brave fight. As you said, he's a real battler. But he's going to have to give third place to Thomas de Gendt.
Yes, we can see that de Gendt must have finished real strong, because Scarponi in the first intermediate checks he was doing okay, but 34.59.
35 exactly. 35, and the 27 second gap is not enough for Michele Scarponi to hang on to third spot at the moment. The question is, who will be second and who will be first? It's looking to me, Sean, as though this man will be finishing second in the Giro d'Italia, having battled to keep hold of it. But Ryder Hesjedal, you can't take anything away from him. He suffered like a dog yesterday up the Passo dello Stelvio, but he's recovered enough today to take on the time trial and nail it.
Yes, as we see him coming in here, the calculation yesterday was real good, and we did see 35 kilometers from the finish. It looked a little bit getting into a complicated situation, but the team did a great job, got him to the bottom of the final climb. Then we see Van der Velde riding quite a number of kilometers, and Hesjedal did the final kilometers on his own. Well calculated by him and by the team, and as we calculate, or as we're forecasting, he's the better one of the better one at time trialing of the top men in the general classification in this Giro.
Finishes the time trial with 34.15. He loses a few seconds to Thomas de Gendt in the end, but he has done enough, surely, to take his first Grand Tour and Canada's first ever Grand Tour win. Ryder Hesjedal, they have been so well represented in the past by some great riders. Steve Bauer being one. They've won the yellow jersey actually in the Tour Canada. But it looks to me as though they're going to take their first ever Grand Tour victory, Sean. Canada, the Grand Tour jersey going to North America here for the first time in the Giro d'Italia, certainly since Andy Hampsten, although different countries, but the North American continent, shall we say, well lumped together for the moment. Fantastic ride by Ryder Hesjedal, and he's kept control of everything right the way through. He had a really difficult time yesterday, and that was a true mark of a champion yesterday, Sean, to be able to hang on in there.
Yes, and we see him in the final days, especially yesterday and the previous day. You know, he knew it was for him the Giro. He had to just get through the two real difficult days we've had and the mountain stages, and he knew for the time trial, as you know, from past experience, he was the better time trialist, and you know, has done a great time trial today, considering what he had to do yesterday in the final 4 kilometers of the climb, the last climb of the day.
31 seconds was the gap this morning between this man and Ryder Hesjedal. And Joaquim Rodríguez is coming in towards the finish now. 44 seconds separated them at the last intermediate checkpoint. He would have to come in at 34.46 in order to hang on to the jersey. Well, he's not that far off, Sean. Surely not. Magnificent finish by Joaquim Rodríguez, the 350 meters to go, and it's very close actually. 31 seconds added to Ryder Hesjedal's time would be 34.46. And that is much closer than we anticipated. The pink jersey does go to Ryder Hesjedal, but what a magnificent performance by Joaquim Rodríguez.
Yes, and he must have finished exceptionally fast, because on the other intermediate checks he was a long ways down, 35.02.
35.02. He finishes the day at 47 seconds down. What a battle by Joaquim Rodríguez. 47 seconds separates them. It's not the smallest time gap in history. That was 11 seconds in 1948. Mani versus Cecchi. I think it's going to be one thing a disappointment, not on the other. Here's Ryder Hesjedal.
Just an unreal experience from day one, and what the team was able to do. I mean, it's just incredible. You know, I couldn't have done it without.
Just a moment, gli ho detto per la prima volta un canadese dalla British Columbia vince il Giro d'Italia, dice che per lui è stata un'esperienza incredibile, una gioia troppo grande. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. I knew I was good when I came to this race. I just stayed focused every day and took every opportunity. And the team was behind me 100%, and I just kept thriving off that support. And especially the fans too back home in Canada. I mean, it's been unreal. The support, and I mean, I just dig deeper and deeper every day, and I just keep getting rewarded for that effort. So I just want to thank everybody.
That's okay.
Ryder Hesjedal becomes Canada's very first Grand Tour winner. Well, did a couple of races with US Postal back in 2004 as a stagiaire, then went to Discovery. Spent some time at Phonak, and then went back to the States to ride with HealthNet, and since then has been picked up and raced with Garmin in its various forms ever since then. Ryder Hesjedal takes the win over Joaquim Rodríguez. A magnificent win. 16 seconds separates them in the end, and a hugely close Giro d'Italia. I mean, Sean, it's just been magnificent to watch. And Gendt, what a finish by Gendt. Faster in the time trial than Ryder Hesjedal. A couple of days again, he shows just how good he is in the third week of a tour.
Yes, and Gendt, of course, Thomas de Gendt finishing ahead of Hesjedal, 9 seconds faster in the time trial after the performance he put in yesterday. That's a real good one of him.
Well, that was the early pace setter, Jesse Sargent, a New Zealander. Ryder Hesjedal's best performance for a Grand Tour, 6th in the Tour de France back in 2010, but he's done the big one this time around. We saw him in Liège, Bastogne-Liège. Actually, Sean and I were speaking to him, well, trying to speak to him. He was just completely spent. He and Dan Martin chasing back on, and Hesjedal's clearly coming into form at the right time. He's made it to the Giro. He's pushed away all challenges in the end, fought like a Trojan, and he becomes Canada's first Grand Tour winner. Chapeau. Here we are then. This is confirmation of the stage today. A terrific ride by Marco Pinotti, 39 seconds in advance of Geraint Thomas and 53 ahead of Jesse Sargent. Rasmussen comes fourth, then de Gendt. Hesjedal 8 seconds back from that, 6th fastest. Gustav Eklasson at 1:14 and Maciej Bodnar at 1:15. Moving down the order, Svein Tuft and Julian Vermont. A great win for a very popular man, Pinotti, former Italian national time trial champion. The current champion being Adriano Malori, takes the win here in Milan on the last day of what has been an epic Giro d'Italia. And for the first time since 1995, no Italian on the podium. And the only other times that's happened is 1988 and 1987. So for the fourth time, no Italians on the podium. Well, just to sort of link things in a little bit, 1988, it was Andy Hampsten who won, of course, although he's an American, somebody from the North American continent winning. And in 87, of course, 25 years ago this year, Stephen Roach winning ahead of Robert Miller and Eric Breukink. Breukink was second in 88, Zimmermann, the other rider, the Swiss rider, in 1988. Pinotti takes a magnificent stage win ahead of Geraint Thomas and Jesse Sargent, but Ryder Hesjedal did as much as he could, how much as he needed to. And in the end, the gap was only 16 seconds overall between himself and Joaquim Rodríguez. I think a case, Sean, of Hesjedal just coming to the end of his energies, because he was 44 seconds up at the second intermediate checkpoint. I don't think it was a case of Rodríguez going much faster, more like Hesjedal just not being able to go any quicker at all and slowing down just a little, maybe.
Yes, I think there was a little bit maybe of a slowdown there. He did put in the first 2 thirds of the time trial. He probably put in the big effort and paid for it a little bit in the end. But maybe again he knew he had enough advantage. His team director telling him, okay, it's pretty okay, do not take risk, because he was taking a huge risk for a time.
Huge crowds to watch the end of the Giro d'Italia here. So BMC start and finish with a win, Sean. But Taylor Phinney, I mean, he wanted to win this one as well, but they got something out of it as well. They got Taylor Phinney to start the Giro with a win, an individual time trial, and we got Marco Pinotti to finish one.
Yes, and of course we had Phinney in the race leadership for a number of days.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
it was. It's been a good for BMC. 2 stage victories and race leader for a number of days. It's been a really good Giro for them.
Congratulations to Jonathan Vaughters as well, who's long battled with lots of people in order to make that Garmin Barracuda team an amazing fighting force. And finally, Sean, he's got what he craved, what he so wanted. It's a Grand Tour victory for the Garmin outfit.
Yes, a big tour is, a huge thing for a director and for a team, and for Garmin Barracuda coming into this race. They were not the big favourites, but yes, they would be there. With the likes of Hesjedal, you would say he's possible a winner of a big 3-week tour, but what a way he has won this one, because he has been really impressive in the final week. And also yesterday we see he was tested there by the other favourites. He was allowed put in a position he had to do the chasing with his team, do it himself, and so physically and mentally he proved that he is a great 3-week tour rider.
Certainly did. And again, the rain has held off. Very muggy, still day in Milan, very humid. But Ryder Hesjedal used every inch of road and bounced around like crazy at times. Sean almost lost the bike a couple of times, but did everything he needed to. I'm impressed by the ride of Joaquim Rodríguez to try and hang in there for as long as possible. Who knows, Sean, as Gendt is presented to 3rd place on the podium, who knows if the time trial had in fact been its proper 30-kilometre length, Hesjedal may not have taken the pink jersey.
Well, yes, it's something we mentioned earlier on. I suppose you start looking at different stages, and when you analyse everything of the race, you can find a lot of little things like that. But again, was Hesjedal making the calculation that he had enough of an advantage? Maybe Rodríguez finished a little bit faster than they were expecting to be, but I think Rodríguez will go away from this race. Where he finished today against a Hesjedal who's a much better time press, I think he will be happy. Of course, not winning the race will be a huge disappointment to him, but I think this morning, and we could hear also his director sportive, they didn't sound that confident that they could win this race outright because of this final time trial.
Thank you very much to everybody, says Joaquim Rodríguez. There is, of course, some disappointment for this man, but you have to say I think he's relieved to have really come of age, Sean, to know that for these guys to know that he's now a major force in a 30-kilometre time trial. That's by far his best performance against some very good time trialists.
it's a real good performance. And when you look at the long list of time trials that he's been in against the other big favourites we've had here, like he's lost a huge amount of time on occasions. 47 seconds today against a Hesjedal who is really motivated for this one, who's really been going well, who is a real good time trialist. I think Rodríguez will be happy with his performance.
Well, it's been a spectacular fight all the way through. Yesterday, Rodríguez took the fight once again to everybody by just nipping out in the last few hundred meters and taking a few more seconds against Hesjedal and Scarponi and so on. But Canada has the world's newest Grand Tour victor. Ryder Hesjedal of Garmin Barracuda takes the pink jersey home with him for keeps. Nobody will ever take that glory away from him. Canada get the Maple Leaf flag in the record books for a win in the Giro d'Italia. First Grand Tour win for a Canadian. Well, he's worn the pink jersey earlier in the race, Sean, but this is the only one that really counts.
Yes, this is the moment to wear it, and when you get up there on the podium, it's such a relief, because the last number of days it has been a huge pressure on all the favourites, and it's such a difficult final of this Giro, and the time trial as well. There's so much pressure on your shoulders. The team have done a huge job, and it's all up to the individual himself. And when you get that over with and you get up there on the podium with the race winner's jersey on your shoulders, what a feeling.
Magnificent work by the team. Great work by Peter Stethner and Christian van der Velde. Yesterday, I'm not surprised there's tears in his eyes as Ryder Hesjedal becomes Canada's first ever winner of a Grand Tour. And really, he showed what a champion he was in the last 2 days more than anything else. He finished in the run into Cortina four stages ago with all the big favourites, but second in up to Alpe di Pampiago. That was a magnificent result